All right, everyone. We are still waiting for our secretary to get back. As soon as she does, we will begin the meeting. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. All right, let's go ahead and begin. Good afternoon, community and board. I now call this meeting to order on this day, Thursday, September 7, 2023, for a special meeting. We will begin our meeting with an invocation and pledge. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Cliff Lewis, and the pledge will be led by School Board Member Michael Goday. Coach, take it away.
Gracious Father in heaven, thank you for blowing the breath of life into us today. Thank you for allowing us to see a day that was not promised. We pray, oh Heavenly Father, that as we gather here individually and collectively, you will allow us to do the things that we've been called to do, to serve the children, the families, and the people of this school district. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time now, we will go to item A2, call to order and roll. Madam Secretary.
District 9, President Lannis.
Nine?
District 2. District 2, President Lannis.
District 2, I love y'all. Here.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Kennison. District 9, Mr. Martin.
District 9 is here.
We have a quorum. Board members, please log into the special meeting first.
As board members are logging in, revisiting our lengthy board meeting that we had about a week and a half ago, I just want to set the stage tonight to say, one, we're going to limit the conversations down. So our community will have 2 minutes to speak, board members will have 3 minutes to speak. Just wanted to set the stage very early before we begin. Okay, if everybody is logged in, we will now go to our first votable agenda item on our special meeting, or the only votable agenda item on our special meeting, which is item B1, recovery of instructional minutes. This is a consideration of a request for the approval to amend the school calendar and start and end times for middle and high schools for recovery of the loss of instructional minutes for the school year 2023-2024. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Michael Goday. Seconded by School Board Member Ms. Shoshone Stewart. Okay, at this time now, I will go to the queue to see comments. That's correct. So first, let's go with our presentation. Thank you, School Board Member Goday.
Thank you, Board President Lannis. Just wanted to give context. As you know, we've been working closely with multiple folks to be able to start to make the adjustment in the school time for the secondary school. Our elementary schools have been fine with their normal time, but the middle and high schools is where the adjustments have been made, and so we'll present to you what the instructional minutes and how we plan to gain those minutes back. Latasha?
Good evening, President Lannis, Vice President Powell Lewis, members of the board, and Dr. Narcisse. All right, so we wanted to present with you guys tonight a thorough explanation of the instructional minutes that we have lost and the plans to recoup those minutes. So before we go into the minutes and the calculations, we have to start with policy. There are 3 policies that we have to pay attention to when we're building out these minutes. The first one is actually in the definitions part of Bulletin 741. It gives us a definition for what instructional time is. The reason we included this in the presentation is because there has been some conversation about 2 different glossary terms, in my opinion. There's instructional time versus the school day. So students are in school from start to finish, from bell to bell for the school day, but the time in which they spend in class, as defined by this particular part of the policy, it includes a regular school day devoted to teaching courses outlined in a program of study. So it does not include things like recess, lunch, class times, and parent-teacher conferences. So we've had some questions from a lot of different areas in terms of how do you calculate the instructional time? We are looking at only the time that students are in class learning, not the transition time in the hallways, not lunch, not recess. All right, so the other piece is from Bulletin 741. It's also statute or state statute 333, and this is the other very popular policy, is that the LEA shall adopt a calendar that includes a school year that is in accordance with the applicable state regulations and includes a minimum of 63,720 minutes of instructional time.
I'm sorry, Ms. Leventino, I apologize.
Yes.
For the general public, can you explain what a LEA is?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's the local education agency. That's us, the district. Okay. So in saying that, this is about the academic full year. So this calendar or this particular provision in the policy speaks to the academic year as a whole. This last one is where we get to it, where we're talking about making up the instructional time specifically for middle and high, is State Statute 2314, which is dealing with awarding Carnegie credits. And so this is where we're falling into it. So we're looking at when awarding a credit based on instructional time, the LEA or district shall provide a minimum of 7,965 instructional minutes for one full Carnegie credit. That is the full academic year. As you know, Louisiana is on a semesterized system, so we award 0.5 Carnegie credits in the fall and 0.5 in the spring, unless, of course, you're dual enrollment. All right, so, and then students have to be in attendance for that full credit, 7,515 minutes. But we're focused more on the fall semester. So we're looking at, in order to grant the 1/2 Carnegie credit, we shall provide a minimum of 3,983 instructional minutes, and students have to be in attendance for at least 3,758 of those. So again, that shall provide, we're kind of emphasizing that piece because as an LEA, we have to have a calendar or a structure that provides at least that amount of time. With that being said, we created a little graphic that hopes that maybe it will explain some of that all in perspective. So at the top, we have that academic calendar, which is the 63,720 minutes. If you're note-taking along or you have it up somewhere, put a check by that one because we met that. Like that is not the part of the policy that we are trying to address with tonight's presentation. We're looking at what's in the gray. And the gray area specifies for secondary schools to award the Carnegie credit for that full year. The gray area represents the full academic year. That's 7,965. We're not yet to the spring semester. So we're going to focus in on the purple one that's dealing with semester 1 and that half credit. So each one of those classes has to equal at least 3,983 minutes. Inside of this purple semester 1, you also have 2 other blue indications. At the secondary level, we work on a rotating A-B schedule. So in addition to what's happening in first semester, so like we have the conversation about how many days are in first semester, it's not just the amount of days that are in first semester, it's how many are A days and how many are B days. So we've illustrated that in the blue areas. You have the A days in the one blue and the B days in the other one. For those of you that are not familiar with how our schedules work, A days are first, second, third, and fourth blocks, and B days are fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth blocks. Each one of those blocks, we shall offer 3,983 minutes for each block in order for those students to earn Carnegie units. All right, so with all of that, the summary of the instructional minutes that we had prior to for the board-approved calendar. So for secondary schools on the AB rotation, we created this chart to kind of better depict what we're looking at for fall semester only. There's an A-Day, B-Day in the first column. You're looking at 97-minute classes in that second column, both of which were. And then for our fall semester original calendar, we had 42 A-Days and 41.5 B-Days. Then multiplying each one of those by the 97, that's giving you how many instructional minutes we anticipated to earn in our original calendar. As you'll note, that last column shows you the difference between what we anticipated to earn and the policy requirement of 3983. So as you can see, the A-Days in our original calendar was only about 91 minutes over what we needed in order to earn the credit. And the B-Days were only about 42 and a half minutes more than what we needed to earn the credit because, of course, we had fewer, or at least half of a fewer B-Day in that situation. All right, so now there's a lot on this slide, but the reason for it is because we've had specific questions about the days. How did we get the calculation for the days in terms of which days were modified, how many instructional minutes were applied to each one? So on the left side of your screen, you'll see the AB designation for our days. You will notice that August 21st, which was originally an A-Day, is listed next to school closure with 0 instructional minutes applied to that one because we were not open. So while teachers reported to work, so it was a teacher work day, the students were not in class, so there were no instructional minutes accumulated for that day. Then after that, you'll notice that, or right before it as well, August 18th through September 8th were all at a reduced for the middle and high school group. They were at 320 minutes per instructional day because each block was 80 minutes long opposed to the 97 minutes that they were traditionally. The chart on the right side for you shows we had 6 modified A-Days at 320 minutes. We only have 4 regular A-Days before the school year kind of changed up a little bit at 388 minutes. We had 8 modified B-Days because, again, we had a closure on August 21st. So that's why there's a difference in the A and B-Day there. And then for our regular B-Days, we had 3. And of course, the school closure had the 1. So what you have as total for you at the bottom is how many minutes we would have accumulated versus how many minutes we did. So in terms of the 8,536, that's how many minutes we would have earned had we stayed for the 22 days that this illustrates, had we stayed at 388 for all of those instructional minutes for secondary. We did earn, however, 7196, which gives us the 1340 that we technically lost based on these modifications. All right, so I'm gonna allow Dr. Griffin to speak to the survey. Oh. Yes, sir.
On the slide, it says total number of minutes for first 22 days actual. That's really, I think you got your actual.
It's a typo. It was, yes, sir.
I just didn't want anyone to-
Originally, when I calculated it, it's a spreadsheet. I need to switch those two. You are absolutely correct. But if you were to
I didn't want anyone
add,
getting confused.
yes,
Okay.
sir, it's flipped.
All right. Good evening, good evening. So the part that I really wanted to talk about this evening is how we talk to stakeholders to get their feedback. We wanted to make sure that this was not a decision that was arrived at without appropriate feedback from stakeholders. So there was a series of surveys. Survey 1 was sent out. It was created and then it was sent out by communications to all of our advisory board members. So that's the principals, teachers, parents, and student advisory board members. The survey had 2 options. Option A, using the additional school days to recover the minutes, and then option B, which was adding the minutes to each of the remaining days in the semester. So I wanted to just kind of briefly let you look at that. So this just kind of stated October 12th, originally being a professional development day, would be proposed to be included as a virtual day. September 20th becoming a full day as opposed to a half day. Extending the school year to include December 18th and 19th. That was option A. Option B, of course, was looking at the minutes. Still with October 12th the same way, looking at the full day for September 20th and then adding 13 minutes to the instructional school days. So that survey was sent out. And Out of the two options, option B was favored 64.1% to 35.9%. There were 149 advisory board members that received this survey. 64 of them responded, so that's a little over 42% response rate. And that was what we came up with. Now, the great thing about the first survey is that it gave the additional question where we wanted to look at the rationale for the selection that they chose. Why did you choose option A, or why did you choose option B? So when we looked at the rationale, a lot of feedback was on with option A, because those were already looked at as off days. Vacations were already planned, various reasons for option A not being selected. Option B was chosen. A lot of people said it was the least disruptive because it didn't add any extra days back. So that was kind of the main reasons. But there were also some questions. So once we received that feedback from Survey 1, we met with a group of departments from different divisions represented to really kind of look at the feedback and the questions that were posed as a result of Survey 1 to add some clarifying statements to another survey to be sent out as well. So you see here Survey 2. Survey 2 had the various options for option A and option B, but if you notice, there is a yellow highlighted section that says clarifications based on questions. So we wanted to send that out to make sure that we address the questions and comments as opposed to Survey 1. When we looked at Survey 2 results, you'll see that option B was selected again as a favorite, 53% to 47%. But I just really wanted to go into how we implemented the distribution of Survey 2. So the first implementation was communication sent this out to the advisory board members on Friday, September 1st. The advisory board members were given until Tuesday, September 5th at 10 a.m. to take into account the Labor Day holiday to respond. Once we received those responses, the Division of Schools then sent out the survey again to all principals for them to share with their teachers. We wanted to get as many eyes on the options as possible. So what you see here is a result of 1,253 responses made up of advisory board members, but also principals and teachers, with 53% to 47% of option B being chosen.
Okay, so then based on the fact that option B was chosen, again, after the clarifications and the questions were addressed as best we could, then we looked at, okay, how do we then implement this piece? So here was a breakdown into, I think one of the questions that came up about option B was around the 101 instructional minute blocks. 101 sounds kind of funky. So how did we get to it? What we basically looked at is that 13 minutes that was needed to add to the instructional day is not a simple matter of just adding it to the end of the day. Again, each one of those blocks has to equal 3983. So that has to be dispersed amongst the 4 blocks that we have during those days. Well, obviously, I'm not a mathematician, I taught English, but if you divide 13 by 4, you're not going to get an even number. You'll come out with 3.25. We can't have a quarter of a minute, so we had to add the full 4th minute to that. It will give us a little bit more than what we originally had. However, there's really nothing wrong with being over the minimum piece of that. So we looked at what that would look like in the end. With the 6 days at 80 minutes for the A days, you would have the 480 minutes from that. We had 4 blocks, I'm sorry, not days, blocks of the 97 minutes for 388. And then we ended up with, for A days, 32 blocks at the 101, which would give you the 3232. So doing the same thing pretty much for your B days, then we then still took it and say, okay, what's the difference from the policy requirement? Well, as you can see, that would give us 117 minutes over the policy requirement in A days, 79 minutes over the policy requirement for B days. But it still gives us a little more cushion in the event that something minor happens. However, based on the 2 survey options, of course, we sent out the survey first. It went to the stakeholder groups, as Dr. Griffin, indicated, and then there were some questions and some concerns that came back from that group of folks. So then we looked at the second survey, and there was an opportunity to put in some notes there as well. So some of the concerns that came from that was around the 101. So again, our goal was to get back the 1340 minutes that we lost. That includes that very small cushioned lining over the 3983 that we had originally. So in order to get that back. However, we can still meet the policy requirement if we go at 99 minutes a period. So we've created this. So while option B was selected by majority of the respondents, it included that 101. So we did note that it is over. However, based on the feedback from the surveys and upon final determination from the board, it is permissible for us to be able to meet the minimum 3983 if we exercise 99-minute blocks for 63 days. That will get us, if you look at the B day, that's the one that's really close. It's about only 17 minutes over what we needed, but it gets us over what we needed. So there is an option to go with the 99-minute. It's still within that option B that was selected, because remember, the primary difference between those options was option A was add days, option B was add minutes. So this one gives you that opportunity, and that concludes the proposal for that. Questions?
Yes, ma'am. Before we go to questions, who made this presentation? I'm just curious. Anybody? Let me just say, kudos. This has to probably be the most comprehensive plan I have seen thus far, and I'm not just saying that. You had times, dates, data breakdown, stakeholder participation, legal and policy breakdown, instructional minute breakdown. This should be the expectation for every presentation that we receive. I just want to say that before we go into board feedback, this is excellent presentation, without further ado. Okay, first in the queue, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you very much. I agree with President Lannis. It was a great presentation. I know it's not just a single person's effort, it's a team effort, and I appreciate all of the hard work that's gone into it. This is my question. So you know, we have the overarching requirement, as you noted, is 63,720 minutes. And if you do the math, you divide that by the 8 blocks that we have, and that's where the 7,965 minutes comes from. So I know from our discussions over the academic calendar when we adopted it several months ago that we planned for 65,800 and some minutes, right, which would be 2,000 extra. And so then when you showed us the numbers for this fall semester, right, and you indicated that we're short in the fall semester by a significant amount, it seemed, I think you said 8,099 and a half minutes that we had. Well, I'm converting the math wrong there. So, but we only had. Well, can you explain to me how let's say we get the extra 2,000 minutes, right, that we planned for, just in case of hurricanes, disasters, whatever. How is that extra 2,000 minutes kind of divided between the 2 semesters? Could you explain that to me?
So, good evening, board. So you're correct when you say that there is policy that requires us to have over 63,000 minutes per year annually calendar in the approved calendar for LEA. And so we sufficiently meet that requirement by having 65,000 plus minutes for the year. However, that standard that's a box check. What we're measuring here and what we're asking you all to give us approval for is not the yearly accumulation of minutes. It's a semester requirement for Carnegie units only.
No, yes, ma'am, I understand that. But the requirements, the 7,965 minutes per block, per you know, and then you divide 7,965 by 2, and you get the 3,983 minutes, right?
We're deficient 1,340 minutes.
So in other words, all of those Carnegie minutes stem from or divisions of the 63,720 minutes. Those are not separate from that. All those Carnegie units add up ultimately to the 63,720 minutes, correct?
Well, there also is some imbalance in the number of A and B, well, the number of days in the semester 1 that we have, and then comparison to semester 2.
And that's exactly my question. I want to know how that, and that's why my question is, how are the kind of extra minutes divided? I mean, were we always from day one had like 1,500 of the extra minutes, if you will, in semester 2 versus semester 1?
So if we want to go back to calendar discussion, I think that's a good place to begin, because I can also remind the board that the initial calendar that was presented to you also had half-days built in ahead of the Christmas break. It was half-days that when we looked at the calendar before we submitted a final version to you, we had to go back and convert those to full days to make sure that we were in compliance with the minimum required
that.
for instructional minutes. So there, again, as I was saying before, there is imbalance between the number of days that we have calendared for the first semester in contrast to the second. It's 83.5 days in semester 1, and then we have 87 days in semester 2. So that kind of lends to some of the difficulties and challenges that we're having for semester 1 and the loss of time that we have
So
experienced.
in other words, we had to use days instead of minutes. We had 2 extra days, if you will, maybe in semester 1 and 4 extra days, roughly, in semester 2. And that's what's presenting us the challenge here, because we lost the time in semester 1 and we need to make the time up in semester 1.
That's correct.
That's going to be time. I'm sorry, School Member Patrick Martin. But you can come back after we conclude our
Okay.
public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Member Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell-Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My questions, the first is, as we accept whichever option or what have you, and we decide that we're going to make the changes to the school day, I know in the past that we've done this, and we've added minutes before, like in previous situations, maybe as far back as the flood of 2016 and things like that. My question is, what would be the accountability measure? Because in theory, teachers teach from bell to bell. But in reality, that's not always the case. So my question is, what would be the accountability measure or matrix that would be put in place to make sure that this time is actually used wisely?
So one of the things that we have done, particularly in the last 3 years, is that we have been more prescriptive in us making sure that we have standard bell schedules that we're asking schools to use for reasons such as this. We want to be able to measure what actually is occurring in schools based on the standardization of those things. So when we talk about the 97 minutes that we prescribe for all bell schedules to be utilized and the 80 that we prescribe for schools to use for the reduction of the day, it was because of this. We wanted to make sure that we could measure based on what we're reporting in J Campus and what we've asked schools to be able to use, how we're actually accumulating instructional minutes. So it's the standardization of the process that will be measured, that will be monitored at the school level and also by the division of schools to the executive directors of leadership.
Okay. And then also, just for the record, I wanted to ask as well, and thank you for answering. Like I said before, in previous years, we've added minutes to the day when we've had more intense situations than just the day and a half that we've lost and the few minutes that we've lost or a couple of hours that we've lost every day. So my question is, with this situation not being as intense as maybe a flood or a hurricane or something like that, why now are we considering extending the instructional time? What would be the benefits?
Well, it's a requirement because we know now that we're going to be deficient by the conclusion of this semester on December 15th in meeting the requisite amount of minutes that will be required to earn a Carnegie unit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam VP. Next, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
Option B,
Yes, sir.
that's days.
Option B is minutes.
Minutes. Okay, I'm sorry. Option B is minutes. We've already changed the bell schedules twice in school. So
From 97 to 80 minutes, yes.
so now we're going to change the bell schedules again.
For compliance purposes, yes.
But now I know if you're dealing with high school kids, I've talked to high school principals, and they're not real comfortable with changing the bell schedule again, because those kids get used to being on a schedule. It may be 5 minutes or 10 minutes for a teacher, but for that student, I mean, it's time to go eat lunch, or it's time to go home. So I think that a third change for the bell schedule, we're probably inviting some headaches that we can't foresee sitting here tonight.
So yes, so Mr. Lewis, we understand. That's why we provide more than one option. We provided the changing of the calendar, the days in the calendar, as well as the option to change instructional minutes. However, now, as I just shared with Board Member Powell Lewis, we're in a space that we're going to have to make adjustments somewhere. And with the 99 minutes, we're talking about a change in the schedule of 2 minutes. So the student schedule is not changing. What is changing is just we're going to increase the instructional period from 97 to a couple of more minutes, 2 minutes, to 99, so we can be able to accumulate the number of minutes that we'll need by the end of the semester for students to be able to earn the Carnegie unit that we've offered them.
Do you guys really believe that those, for 2 minutes, there's going to be real instructional time?
Well, in the 97-minute, there's when you look at it in this grand scope of things,
In
97
theory, it's going to.
Yeah.
And just so you're aware, Board Member Lewis, we spoke to all the principals in the city. We did them by high school first, middle, then even elementary we shared we were doing. And so to get their feedback, and the adjustments were minor. I mean, 2 minutes is still 2 minutes. And usually a teacher is teaching bell to bell, as Vice President Powell shared. And so sometimes they're probably covering something, still going over the extra minute, even though the bell rings. So.
And in a block, the instructional setting looks different. They're teaching bell to bell. There may be small group instruction, independent learning. So different things are going in during that 90-plus minute block of instruction that we have students and teachers to engage in.
I agree with bell to bell, but I've rarely seen it.
I know, but that is the
From bell to bell.
expectation. Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Coach. Next in the queue, we have School Member Nathan Russ.
I just want to make sure I understand the impact that the proposed schedule would have on middle and high school schedules. I had to pull this out of one of the memos. So whether we change the class periods from 101 or 103 or however many to 99 minutes, still being proposed that we adjust beginning and end time.
For the start of the day to the end of the day, yes. So the difference between the 101 and the 99-minute proposal is that for the 101-minute proposal, the school day would have to start at 7 a.m., which would be a 10-minute difference in the start time now for secondary campuses, and it will end at 2:30, which is a 5-minute difference with the end time for campuses. With the 99-minute proposal, we're looking at starting at 7:05 a.m., which will be a 5-minute difference in comparison to where we are now, and ending at 2:27, which would be a 2-minute difference in the end time, because the end time currently is 2:25 for our secondary campuses.
Okay, that's good information, and that was what I was trying to get to the bottom of. So right now, middle and high school starts at 7.
The standard time is 7 a.m. Yeah.
7, yeah, and ends at 2.
7:10. I'm sorry, 7:10 a.m. right now.
Yes, so right now we start at 7:10 and we end in this mock right now because of the bus at 1:25. So we would just go back to our regular end time with 2 additional minutes on there.
And what was that end time again?
2:27.
27 from the original
Right.
2:25.
And the original
2:25
time
was the original.
is 2:25.
There's been way too many changes in time for me to keep this straight. Okay. So as it stands, we see that it's possible to essentially change the school day by only about, was that a total of 7 minutes? Is that accurate?
That would be accurate. And with the 99-minute option.
How will that, I know that in this initial proposal, it was talked about having buses come 15 minutes earlier. Would this adjust or change that? Would it still be the same?
Yeah, I mean, it'll give us more time. I mean, because we, as the board, voted to put transfers in, that gives more time. But the challenge is, transfers cause delays. But we still have the issue of bus operators that we still need to close that gap with, even though we're hiring folks. But that's just where we are right now. But the more time, the better.
So plan still would be for buses to run 15 minutes earlier?
That's correct.
Regardless?
Yes.
I'm just trying to clarify on that.
Yep.
Okay.
And teachers are required, based on our policy, to be, their start time should be 15 minutes before the bell.
Yes, correct. Yes, sir. And 15 minutes after the conclusion of the school
15
day.
minutes after the conclusion.
That's going to be time. School Board Member Nathan Russ, I'm going to let you finish your
One more
last thought.
question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So on the 99-minute bell schedule, teachers would be expected to be at school at 6:50?
That's
Is
correct.
that accurate? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Michael Goday. Yes, sir. Seeing no other, whoop. We have Council has entered the queue.
Just a request from Mr. Goday as board maker of the motion. Can you clarify which option your motion is approving?
Option B.
Option B. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the only option we're proposing, yeah.
You sure? No option C? I'm kidding.
No option C. Just for the record.
Okay, seeing no other names in the queue at this time now, we will go to general public for public comments. I see 2 comment cards. Before I begin reading, if there's anyone that would like to speak on this particular special meeting agenda item, please get the yellow cards. Where are they at, Madam Secretary? They're in the atrium. You can make your way into the lobby, fill out the card, get it to Madam Secretary, and I will call on you. Just a quick reminder, we have limited our time to speak down for our general body, or general public rather, to 2 minutes, and for our school board, 3 minutes. We just ask that everybody please be respectful and please speak germane to the topic. First up, we have Ms. Storm Matthews, followed by Dr. James Finney.
I guess there's more than one way to skin a cat. If you didn't get what you want, this is simply another way to disrupt the entire community. Teachers were given until noon to vote on those quote-unquote choices, but at 10:30 in the morning, it was announced to all principals that we were going with option B, so much for voting. Also, it was said to the principals no fewer than 3 times that had the board approved a 3-tier plan, then we wouldn't be doing this. So because y'all stood up for the community and did what the community wanted, it's going to be taken out on the parents, the teachers, and worst of all, the children. And we don't need to add minutes at all to meet. I've sent you guys the math, and let's remember it was my math that caught the 96 minutes at the beginning of the year, wasn't going to fix it, and we had a problem, and that's why we're at the 97 minutes to begin with. So I think we can trust my math, even though I'm an English teacher. September 20th needs to be a full day. October 12th needs to be an instructional day, and boom, we're back to 97 minutes. So it's 82 minutes a class right now, not 80. I sent you a class schedule so that you can see that. We had 388 minutes for A Day and B Day up to the 18th. Please stop talking while I'm speaking. By the 11th, we will have occurred 492 A Day minutes, 574 B Day minutes. President Lannis, can you please get your chief people?
I'm sorry. Can you stop time? Can't address the floor. I'm sorry, Ms. Matthews, but we will give your time back. I would ask that anybody, if you are speaking while someone else is speaking and they can hear you, please be respectful. And if you have to talk, just lower your voice so it doesn't interfere with anybody. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please start time.
So we would have, like I said, 492 by the 11th for A Day, 574 minutes by the 11th for B Day, meaning that we will need 3,103 for A Day. If you divide that by 97, or if you divide that by the number of A Days we have, boom, it's 97 minutes. And if we need 3,021 for B Day, and that equals 96.9 minutes. We do not have to make up any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Dr. Finney, you have the floor.
Thank you. Because the administration failed to plan effectively for how to transport kids to school and made a promise of eliminating elementary transfer points without actually having a plan, you want to disrupt the lives of every single student in the system and every employee of the system, except maybe the people in central office who won't be bothered. That's ridiculous. I trust the English teacher's math much better than the administration's math. So I would suggest, Mr. Goday, that you might want to amend your motion so you go ahead and do whatever you're going to do with that full day, turn it into an actual instructional day. Because if you call it a virtual day, you're just trying to cheat the state out of the instructional minutes that you're promising. Change the half day to a full day, that's reasonable. Pretending that you're doing 99 minutes instead of 97, Nobody is stupid enough to believe that's happening. But in the process, by changing the start times and the end times, you're screwing up the schedule that everybody has developed so far, what they can with all the volatility. And you're screwing up traffic for all the other 400,000 people that drive through this community every day. Quit breaking things. I know it's Dr. Narcise's mission to destroy public education in this community, and that's why he was hired. It was completely germane.
No, sir.
May I
it's
have my time back?
disrespectful. Yes, you can. You can have your time back, but I'm asking you to please be respectful on the mic.
Respect
You
has
have
to
the
be
floor.
earned.
Go
Thank you,
ahead.
sir. So, the filling in that full day with actual instruction is great. The half day to full day, that makes sense. The survey was completely bogus. Those questions were ridiculous. They didn't give the people a chance to respond. And one last thing, if you're going to do a transportation update, do it at the beginning of the committee of the whole, not the end. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Feeney. Next, we have Ms. Danielle Barker, followed by Ms. Tanya McMillan.
It's Banker, sorry. My handwriting is terrible.
That's okay. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. I teach, don't do. First, I'd like to, Storm's math is correct. It's one day, we can make it up, it's built in. But what I'd like to point out to you is during the presentation, they said that Survey 1 had a 42% response rate. If I gave a test as a teacher and 42% of my students answered, you would fire me. That's an abysmal response rate. They didn't even tell you the response rate for Survey 2. That's suspicious to me. Secondly, I think the reason that the response rate was so low is because the survey asked, do you support option A or option B? Required question, no third option. So I know personally many teachers voted not to vote at all because we don't agree with either option. And when they said that you could write in for the rationale at the bottom, you had to pick A or B before you could answer that question. So you didn't get to hear from 60% of people who didn't want either option. I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands that. I think you're missing a lot of information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Tanya McMillan, parent of a child in East Baton Rouge Parish School System. And I just, I understand the need and I appreciate the presentation, but I just don't think it's fair that our kids have to take y'all's lick at the end of the day. If we're teaching accountability and my child does something, he's responsible for the things that he does. He can't go spread that responsibility around amongst his classmates, amongst his friends, or whoever. It's him that's in trouble and him only. So take your own lick. Don't put it on the kids.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. Seeing no other public comment cards at this time, I'm gonna, because this is a special meeting, I'm gonna ask if there's anybody who would like to speak on this item. Please make your way to the, or please raise your hand now so we can allow time. Okay, seeing no hands in the air and seeing no other comment cards at this time, we will now come back to our board for board comment. First up in the queue, we have School Board Member Shoshone Stewart.
Hello. I wanted to ask what would be the start and end dates for the change of the times?
Currently, we're proposing September 11th through December 15th. So Monday through the end of the semester.
Okay, thank you.
That's all, Ms. Stewart? Yep. Okay. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis. In the queue, we have Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell Lewis.
Thank you. Dr. Narcisse, I guess my question is in regards to transportation. So have we asked the opinions or possibly surveyed the bus drivers in this process as well, as far as getting kids back and forth to school, and how would that affect them?
No, we did not survey the bus drivers for the change in minutes. We surveyed the teachers because of the extra minutes were actually in the classroom.
But this would this change their time even by a few minutes of operating?
Let me get, if I get Ms. Spalding, can you come up? Because it's a few minutes change, but I want to make sure she gives the accurate information.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. As I understand it, the survey was sent to bus operators, but the results were owned by the Division of Schools or the Division of Literacy and Academics. So we didn't see the results, but it was sent to the bus operators. We have an advisory committee that we sent it to. It's composed of about 22 people.
Thank you. So I guess, Ms. Smith, do you know whether or not we have gotten a chance to? Okay.
The same survey was included, so the bus driver's results was included in the whole that we gave you.
Okay. Thank you.
Will the bus routes be impacted by the change, just like if I made a difference?
So since it's such a minimal difference, it's not going to impact the route times, either at the beginning or the end of school. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice President. Next in the queue, we have School Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lannis. I have a few thoughts I'd like to share. What we're talking about here, first of all, is compliance with bureaucratic requirements. As Vice President Powell Lewis noted, there's not, in fact, going to be 2 extra minutes learning going on, 3 minutes of extra learning, 97 minutes, which was too long for a block to begin with, as we all noted back when we approved this calendar. That's not going to happen. The idea of a virtual day is going to include real learning. We all saw during COVID, the national data, our local data shows that we had so much learning loss while we were going virtual during COVID. We're not making up real instructional time that these students lost. We're moving things around in order to show technical compliance with numbers of minutes. And in the process, because if we were talking about, as several of the audience people who've testified said, if we were talking about actually like having a full day of school as opposed to a half day of school, converting a PD day to an instructional day, we could actually make up some of the time that our students actually did lose during this transportation crisis. But most of this proposal is squeezing in a few minutes at the cost of significant disruption to the community for what I think is just fictitious learning, for compliance sake only. And if that's what we're doing, I can't support that. If we're looking to do something that's purely to satisfy the compliance, and we know, and everybody's agreed, we actually have extra minutes for the year, it's just that we have more extra minutes in the second semester, like 4 extra days in the second semester versus 2 extra days in the first semester. Then let's just take let's take that 2 days of when they come back in January and say, those are the makeup days for kids and for the end of the first semester. Let's just reclassify the 2 of those days as belonging to the first semester, then the second semester, and just move on with their lives without actually having to disrupt anything. As my colleague Mr. Russ noted, we've already had so much disruption as a result of this transportation crisis. To ask the parents of this community, to ask our students to continue to endure, yeah, as Coach Lewis noted, it may seem to us grown-ups like, 5 minutes. What's 5 minutes, right? But to these kids who have a routine, who rely on a routine, who are often borderline on just holding it together for a day, right, to say we're going to disrupt you a little bit more because we screwed up the transportation system is just, to me, not fair. I agree also with several of the comments that essentially when you hear these survey results, we need to understand that 58% of our community, of the stakeholders that the district asked, they essentially said none of the above. That's absolutely correct. 58% said none of the above. This is a high-profile issue. This is a very important issue. Our staff that was asked to fill these out, the parents that were asked to fill these out, this is not something they take lightly. They didn't lightly say, oh, I don't have time to fill out a survey today. Guarantee you they thought about that, said we don't like either option. They weren't given a choice to say, no, we vote for none of the above. So they voted none of the above simply by not filling it out. So I cannot support this proposal at this time. It imposes too much disruption in our community, and I don't think we've exhausted the other much less disruptive options. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Member Nathan Russ.
Just trying to get some clarification. Ms. Spalding stated on the mic that this plan, if proposed, would not change the route times of bus drivers. However, I was under the impression that it would have those routes being run 15 minutes earlier. What is correct? What are we talking about?
Ms. Spalding?
So what I mean by minimal impact is currently our secondary students arrive at school about 6:45, 6:50, and they remain on the bus until they can go into the schools to be able to have breakfast. Many times the principals and other staff members are already there to be able to accept them. So I don't think we're going to have to adjust our pickup times for that reason.
But this plan states that those pickup times would be adjusted 15 minutes earlier. Is that the case, or is that already happening, and so we don't have to adjust that?
That's already happening, so we don't have to adjust that. That's part of the new plan, to be able to pick the students up earlier, to be able to run the routes, and then to be able to substitute drive for other routes that we have a deficiency in bus operators.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, School Member Nathan Russ. Next, we have School Member Michael Gode.
Thank you. Ms. Spalding. Excuse me, I think a little bit of the confusion is coming from beginning September, this starts September 11th. The new routing cards have gone out, and a lot of the schedules have been adjusted forward by 15 minutes. But that is only this is only a partial issue of that. The 15 minutes is because we're redoing all of the routing, and we need that time to make the new routing scheme work.
Correct.
And this is adding 5 minutes to that potentially, but it's not the whole 15 minutes.
No,
The
sir, it's
15
not.
minutes is not related necessarily to this change.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, could I ask Ms. Smith up to? Could you, someone has suggested that we add 2 days to the end of the semester after the Christmas holidays. Couple of things. One, those would be totally useless academic days, I would assume. And secondly, what kind of chaos would that create on teachers and grading and getting scores, getting grades out and all that kind of stuff? Because right now, a lot of that is done over the Christmas holidays.
But prior to the Christmas break for most of our instructors, actually option A included that as an option to modify the winter break by starting it later and coming back later in January. That was an option. That was an option that the respondents didn't prefer. Many of the responses for why there wasn't a consideration is because many members of our staff already made, arrangements for their Christmas break, but also a lot of teachers, as you stated, are accustomed to the semester ending and having those grades and those marks in prior to the beginning, before they return for the next, in the new year and ahead of the semester change.
So that is not, it's burdensome, just in a different way. Let me put it that way.
It can be, yes.
It can be very
It's about
burdensome in a
preferences,
different way.
yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. I see School Member Patrick Martin in the queue, however.
I know I've used my time, but I would like to clarify the points raised by Mr. Gode, because he
You can
answered
call
the
for a
question,
point of
which was not-
information and speak on it.
Thank you. So my suggestion was not that we take 2 days away from the Christmas holidays, or that we change when exams are given or when grades are due, but simply to say that 2 days on January 7th and 8th, whatever the 2 days where we're already planning to be in school, that are currently classified as part of the second semester, and just say they're part of the first semester. This is all fictitious learning anyway, right? We're not actually getting, except for the change from half a day to a full day and elimination of the PD days in these plans, there's no actual real extra learning taking place in these plans. And so I'm suggesting that we just fictitiously shift 2 days that are already scheduled, not making anybody change their vacation times or anything like that, and just reclassify them from semester 2 to semester 1. They can be makeup days. There's nothing that says you have to give exams on the very last day of the semester. And that's all. I just want to be clear about what I was suggesting. And I'm not trying to say that is the solution. I'm just trying to point out that there are other possible solutions that don't seem to have been thoroughly considered yet, and that's why I'm not prepared to vote for this.
Thank you, School Member Martin, and it is duly noted. At this time now, I see there are no more names inside of the queue. Madam Secretary, Please call for the vote.
Please vote. Can you refresh, or are you roll call? The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. At this time now, that's going to conclude our special meeting. I am going to recess for 5 minutes, and when you all come back, Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell-Lewis, will take over the meeting. Thank you.
Board members, please swap to the cow.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. So we will start in exactly 2 minutes. That'll give my colleagues enough time to make it back to their seats. Okay, this meeting is now called to order. Madam Secretary, if you will call roll.
District 2, President Lannis. District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5.
Recognize the Deltas that are in attendance and thank them for being here. We have two Delta chapters, the Baton Rouge Sigma and the Baton Rouge Delta alumni here, and appreciate them participating tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my dear Divine Nine Sisters. I just wanted to share as well. I've heard from one of the members who shared that one of your goals deals with education, and that you will be supporting us in some of our school board meetings as to show your support in the district. So we thank you so much for your attendance and your participation. We'll now turn to Dr. Narcisse.
Vice President Powell, I'd like to remove item 12 for further consideration from the agenda.
Okay. All right, so we will pull item 12 from the agenda. Okay. All right. Okay, is that all, Dr. Narcisse?
Just a change.
Okay, if there is no further objection, there's also a request by Dr. Narcisse to move the presentations from the very end of the agenda to before, to before item number 18, litigation. So to move the presentations, the transportation updates, and the LEAP report, to move that before item 18, litigation.
Point of information, I would like to see if the board would consider a request, since it is a presentation with no comments and things, if we could move the transportation to the first item on the agenda, the transportation presentation, because that would let the public and everything be able to see it and understand it.
Comment. Okay. And so there's no comment, correct? So
It's a presentation.
Can we do both?
We can do both, yes.
Both?
I'd like to do both.
Transportation and LEAP?
Yes.
Okay, so is there any objection to moving the two presentations to the beginning of the agenda? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so Dr. Narcisse.
All right, we will come up. We'll start off first with the transportation update. If I have Ms. Scott Spalding and the transportation team that's here. And I just wanted to also publicly recognize the team. They have been working tremendously hard. As you know, as we've been working through the Get Through Transportation many nights and weekends. So just wanted to recognize them for their hard work. Ms. Spalding?
So thank you, Dr. Narcisse. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the board for allowing us to work with a new routing software company. We do have a presentation from Mr. Benford Sloan. He is remote in. He's joining us virtually to be able to share some information about the software. No, sir, you're good. You're good. So is he on the line? So I'll ask Chief Amy Jones to just confirm that he's on the line so we can begin with the bus planner presentation. He's on. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Sloan. We're present before the board, ready to have you present your presentation.
Good evening, members of the board at EBR, Dr. Narcisse. It's truly a pleasure that everyone at Bus Planner USA is able to join you all. And just want to talk to you a little bit about Bus Planner and what we're going to be doing moving forward and the abilities of this software, what it can do for your school district. So this is a suite of our products. The ones that are highlighted here, Bus Planner Pro is the routing application. Bus Planner Web is our internet staff and parent portal. It also does alerts, notifications, and subscriptions. Our GPS interface that works within the routing system is patched in with your current GPS provider, Where's the Bus. And then Bus Planner Quick is our internet. It's our quick online module. So we have a lot of things in Bus Planner. First and foremost, we use a lot with analytics, with dashboards and everything. And this is so that your staff can have a summary of what is actually transpiring in the transportation routing system at any current moment. It also is designed to guide them for any potential areas of where they need to address. And what's great about it is that it's customizable by each user. And then as they see potential areas, as you see in the bottom left image there, we color-coded it simply like you're driving a car and at a stoplight. Green means go, yellow get ready to stop, and red hit the brakes. And so this, again, will allow them to be able to focus on areas where they know the system is healthy, places where maybe they need to take a look at, and others that are not. We also have financial analytics that can be added on to your system. And what's great about this is that it will actually give you real-time cost analysis so that when you know when you start out a school year with a budget, you know what those costs are going to be for each individual run, route, by student, by school. And so what we do is as the routing changes come in from day to day, Bus Planner will actually go and compare those estimated versus actual. So there's no more budgeting, wondering where did my dollars go. You can look at it on a daily basis, a weekly, a monthly, quarterly. It's again, the sky's the limit. We're also able to give you analytics so that you know exactly how many miles the fleet is going with students on board. When students are not on board, you'll know exactly what your longest trip runs are, your shortest, the number of transfers. There's just all kinds of things that you can do with that. Next slide. Communication. Very, very important today in 2023. So we've got a lot of tools to help you. First and foremost, if you have issues in transportation, you need to send out an alert. A vehicle is broken down. Dispatch needs to put out a spare bus. We have the ability to send out those messages to families of just the affected bus for the one run or multiple runs that it may be serving. So again, it keeps everybody up to date. As the routing team is making daily changes at the beginning of school, not so much when things, get settled down after school opening. Our system has the ability to keep the parents notified. So it's going to send them emails when they subscribe to our service, letting them know what, their child's bus assignment is. It's going to let them know the pickup time, the location, drop off, does the same thing in the afternoon. This is all fully automated. The staff does not need to be able to touch it. We're also going to have the ability to send this same information to your school personnel, to your dispatch team, your call center. So it's just a great way to keep everybody involved. With our Bus Planner Quick product, talking about the call center. So when people call in, parents call in, they need to know information right away. They don't have to wait. Call center members, dispatchers, they're able to, in a matter of seconds, look up a student, give them information. If the child is not already assigned to a bus, they can go in there and in 2 clicks make an assignment onto a bus for them, and things go on. And again, everything is notified. It sends it throughout the entire operation seamlessly. We also have other tools built in. Bell time analysis. I've heard you all talking a lot about that here recently. And so with our software, we're able to go in and actually tell you before any decisions are made how affecting bell time changes amongst a group of schools or all the schools will affect the current transportation routing system. This is key in making sound fundamental decisions before they become reality. And so again, we'll be able to show you that with these graphics, and your team will be able to present those in a logical way that you would be able to see how that making those bell time changes is going to have a positive or negative impact on the operation. Lastly, with seating charts, very, very big impetus on this right now, being able to know where students are. After they are put into a seat assignment, the team, will have the ability to defer that to school administrators if they want to make edits in the seating charts. Bus drivers themselves even have the ability to do it. Supervisors can do it. And when those changes are made, it's real time. It updates the routing system, keeps everybody in the loop. It's just great all the way around. Next slide. Lastly, integration with the GPS. So we do a lot of things with our partner, Where's the Bus, that you already have. But one of the big things that I really like about it, along with all the other things, is how we can use the speed tuner, map calibration. So now we're able, instead of estimating what speeds are on street segments, we're now to use actual data from those AVL events, and we put it into the routing system. So in this example you see right here, we have an individual street segment, and in the routing system, it has moving in what we call the left, it has a 34 mile an hour and a 31 mile an hour. And so when we go in and we look at it, after running the speed tuner over a 30-day period, we can see where the difference is between the map calibration before and then after we look at the GPS speeds. We see a difference of 5 miles an hour going in the purple direction, which would be pointing down towards the lower right of your screen, and 17 miles an hour going up towards the top left of the screen. This is one segment. So I tell people all the time, you think about this, the power of this, knowing how to then calibrate what those times are going to be, and then as you go through, your stop times are going to be much more accurate. The links between the runs, the deadhead, everything that we do with that vehicle from the very beginning of its route in the morning to the very end in the evening. That is where you're using this technology to the greatest abilities. And, as a previous user, because before I started working with Bus Planner, I was actually a transportation director myself. I did it for over 24 years. And I've worked with a lot of different applications. And when I was introduced to this company, my school district, after going with Bus Planner, was able, in a matter of a couple of years, we reduced the total number of routes by 39%, moving virtually the same number of students. Now, everywhere that I see Bus Planner deployed, the numbers are always different. Am I going to say that your numbers will be this much? Not necessarily, but again, there's a lot of abilities and a lot of potential here, and we're just excited to be able to join with you in working here tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. We appreciate your presentation. So as you can see, this is a more comprehensive software that we're working with. We're able to obtain data that we would have to complete by hand before, and it's all automated with the technology. So I just again want to say thank you to the board for allowing us to utilize this software. And as we continue exploration, we would love to be able to continue utilizing the software. So we have a small presentation tonight to just share some of the tasks that we've completed with restructuring the services of the department. So we'll go to the next presentation. Next slide. So training has been a huge topic of discussion recently. I know that there's always challenges with transportation, and we want to make sure that all of our team members are trained to the state level and above to be able to make sure that our students are safe. And so this is a sampling of the training sessions that we've scheduled for our operators, just to understand, just for them, frankly, to understand what they're supposed to do and to be able to have checks and balances to ensure that they're doing the work. You see the listing there, and there's all types of opportunities to be able to have specific training associated with our grade bands. And so that's critically important to us because we have not had that specific training before outside of what's listed in Bulletin 119. Our employees receive a handbook and it addresses the policies of Bulletin 119, but this software actually moves further. We've already purchased it. It's already in the department. We plan to implement it this year, and we're working through that process to be able to do that. Next slide. So this is just a sample of the information that we've purchased from the company to be able to implement, and that's a sample of the overhead topics that are part of that training. One of the key things I want to mention to you is that our operators will be required to attend monthly meetings. Before, there was an hour requirement across the year, but they will be required to attend monthly meetings, and this will meet their needs. Some of our drivers have extra jobs where they can't come to a safety meeting at 11 o'clock during the day. There's different resources that they'll be able to have access to, and then there'll be checkoffs and tests, not really tests, assessments that they'd have to go through just so that we can ensure that they've understood the information that's been presented to them. Next slide. Our training for our mechanics is actually in formation. One of the things that we know is top priority is our fleet maintenance. The buses that we're receiving, whether they're leased or they're new buses, or new buses to our fleet, to our management team, and we want to make sure that the mechanic shop employees are trained by the manufacturers to be able to understand how to work on buses. Just a simple note that we learned this week in working with the manufacturers and the dealers who have actually come into our shop to work with our team is one of the issues with the propane buses are starters. And so the training for the drivers is for them to understand when you start the bus, there's a process that has to happen before you can fully move forward. And without them knowing that, we're spending way too much money on replacing starters on propane buses. And so this has been a valuable experience for us to have the manufacturers and dealers to be able to come into the shop to work with our team to help them understand how to better maintain our fleet. We also want our mechanic shop to have more CDLs in place. Several of the mechanics do have them because they go out on roll calls and what have you, but it's important for the people working on the fleet to understand the buses, to understand what the operators go through. And they've even offered to be able to support the operators on some training as well. And as I've said many, many times, we do need an AC technician on staff. And so we've talked to some of the manufacturers to be able to provide some of that training for the team to be able to understand. Now, they will not be able to do warranty work because they will not be certified. We will still have to send that to the dealers that manage the certifications. But being able to work on the regular preventative maintenance throughout the year, they will be more than qualified to do that. We've purchased equipment at a very reasonable cost to be able to help them to learn more about working on ACs and being able to manage that, that maintenance project. Just real quick on the long-term side, we want to work with BRCC because they offer training for mechanics, and it's time for our team to make sure that we invest in them as much as possible so that they can deliver the service that we need them to deliver. Next slide.
Good afternoon, board. So this slide should be pretty exciting because we're talking about the acquisition of new buses. The first 42 out of 58 are coming from Ross and Sunshine. The next 7 out of 13 have arrived from Ross. More than 100 buses are coming in between October and July from Swift Logistics. And then we also have 61 new lease buses that should be on the ground by spring of '24. And if you look to the right, you see the plan that we have in place to make sure that we have adequate fleet moving forward. Next slide.
Good evening, Board. So with the reinstatement of elementary transfer, we have added an additional 1,135 kids to the transfer point. And so that's going to give us 28 additional routes. These numbers could change based on rider verification. So once the drivers drive for about 10 days, if those students haven't ridden the bus, they're going to be removed until the parents, request for them to ride again. And the same thing for the ESS transfer. It's been reinstated about 2 weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago. And so things seem to be running pretty smooth there, but the same thing, after that 10-day count, if the students haven't ridden the bus, then we're gonna mark them as non-riders, but they always have the opportunity to get back on the bus as long as the parents request it or do it through the school, and we're able to add them back to the bus.
I'll mention something too. You guys have done a great job of asking for data every day, and our data has been pretty steady lately. With the conversion, we're using little pieces of the old software, and we've converted the bulk of our data to the new software. So the data that we're going to send you in the next few days, it is going to fluctuate, because we're going to have, as we dig into this new software, we're going to have times where we add a run. So everything's a run now in the new software, where we add runs in certain areas, we take runs away from certain areas. So you are going to see a little bit of fluctuation in that. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up.
Next slide. So I want to speak to the board about collection points. That was part of what you voted on for us to be able to manage. In the past, in the history of EBR, collection points are defined by families who come together and work with their schools and understand that there's a number of children who maybe chooses not to go through transfer, but maybe have an opportunity for parents to meet at a specific site. It could be an area neighborhood, it can be an area business. The example I'll use is here on the slide. Goodwood Library serves as a collection point for Sherwood Middle Magnet Schools. This was all arranged by families. They coordinated with the schools. They made the request to transportation. Transportation was able to make the changes in the software to be able to accommodate that. That's a much more efficient way for us to pick up students who live scattered around the community. And so this slide is here to be able to encourage families who want to have collection points to communicate with their schools, to be able to make that request through transportation. That request only comes from the school, because then we know that the families have gone to the school and the school has vetted that opportunity, and then we're able to send out our safety team, understand the logistics of the particular area business or site, and then make sure that we communicate to the school, the families that are going to participate. So I'm just inviting families, if they want to have a collection point, whether it's in the neighborhood or whether it's at a business, please contact your schools. Please note that we need a minimum of 25 students at a collection point to make it cost-effective for us to be able to manage those collection points. Also note that families are responsible for the students until the bus arrives to pick them up, and when we drop them off in the evening. Families are responsible for students at that point. Just making sure that families know that that's an option for them. With the new bus cards being disseminated today and tomorrow, if there are any challenges, we will have the call center staff available this weekend, 8 to 4:30 on Saturday and 12 to 5 on Sunday, to be able to answer questions. The next slide. So this is just a list of the things that we're working toward in the transportation department. We're grateful to our HR team to be able to hire operators and to be able to support us with bringing people on. We're working to enhance our training for our staff to make sure that they are prepared to be able to work on the buses, to minimize the breakdowns, and to maintain the preventative maintenance and the work that needs to happen on our assets. Thank you again for allowing us to work with the routing company. That has been an incredible experience for us to be able to have analytics and to be able to have the students routed, and the communication that will be able to happen that's automated is going to be an incredible gift, not only for the schools, but for the transportation department as well. As you can see with our fleet management plan, we are working to have more air-conditioned buses brought on board with us. There are people from all over the country that's working with us to be able to understand how we can bring more buses in. And And then we want to have reliable service. And so we're beginning our new plan on Monday. And if families have questions, we're here to support them.
I just wanted to add to what Ms. Spalding said. Our goal is to not buy any bus that does not have air conditioning. So moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I have entered into the queue. I just wanted to say thank you for the work that you all have been doing. I know that you have been number one working around the clock, and the data that has been given and the full report that has been given and the ones that we've received via email, all of those have been quite amazing. To show that there has been constructive and progressive work towards getting this transportation situation straight. I did have questions. My questions were, first, with the information that you gave about professional development for bus drivers, that there would be meetings, and I know you mentioned that they would be able to watch videos or engage in is it a virtual meeting?
Yes.
Okay, because I just wanted clarity, because I know you said like they work during the day, they might have other jobs, but then also that they're required to go to meetings. So I wanted to get clarity on that, and then I had another question, so.
Okay.
So is the school bus safety company, this is the same as the presentation that we've just seen, right, or is that a different company?
So no.
Go ahead.
So no, that's a different company. You're talking about Bus Planner, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
No, Bus Planner is a routing company.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'm appreciative of that as well. I know quite a few other transportation companies and services are using a routing service, or even, in medical transportation as well, ride. And then, of course, we know that we have so many different advanced transportations just for people to get around the city. So, of course, we've been behind the game on that, so this is exciting to me that we would be able to track the data in regards to our bus drivers, our operators, and things like that as well. My other question is, will there be some form of a communication that will be shared with parents about being able to expand the neighborhood sites or the group sites that you mentioned?
Absolutely. That will be in the near future.
Okay. All right. And then also my final is I've seen, we've been sharing a flyer that's been produced electronically for a hiring blitz. Is that tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. So would you like to make a public announcement so that way it'll be on record?
So I will ask that the colleagues from HR will come. They have a full presentation about the amazing work that they've done to be able to bring on operators for us.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away? Okay.
Seeing no other names in the queue?
Oh, no, not this time. Okay. Ms. Hall.
Hello, come on, team. They're not even excited like me. Good evening, everyone. Where is Mr. Roberts? Come on, stand close. So good evening, everyone, board members. I'm just gonna pull this up a little bit because I'm taller than most people. So I'm super excited to take this opportunity to present our transportation recruitment initiatives from the Division of Human Resources. Before we leap into the initiatives, I want to take the opportunity to give you a brief snapshot of the staffing of the Transportation Department. So historically, the district has always allocated about 500 plus bus operators per school year. June 1st, Transportation Department confirmed that there were 468 bus operators on roster, and the department need was 32, an additional 32 for school year 23-24. August 11th, the Office of Human Resources, my team, our internal records indicated that the transportation staff includes 426 bus operators. As you can see in the parentheses, I broke it out, 364 regular and 62 sped bus operators. 12 are on approved leave, 7 on workers' comp, and the available was 407 total bus operators. 65 bus attendants and 22 mechanic staff shop. On August 21st, The Transportation Department provided the following information to the Office of Human Resources: 11 bus operators on approved leave. This was confirmed by our cross-references in HR. 8 bus operators on workers' comp. 21 bus operators placed in pending status, which indicates no call, no show from August 2nd until August 21st. Please note that OHR, during this process, we identified 4 additional bus operators to put them in pending because they have yet to return from the workers' comp. On August 25th, the Office of Human Resources records indicate the following. For 22 bus operators, I broke them out in parentheses again, 361 regular and 61 sped. 11 bus operators on approved leave, 8 bus operators in workers' comp, 19 bus operators placed in pending because of no call, no show between August 2nd through August 21st. 4 bus operators were discovered by the OHR process, and we placed those individuals in pending. 1 bus operator was reassigned to a bus attendant due to CDL credentials, which brought the total to 379 total bus operators. 63 bus attendants, and so you can see the difference from the last slide because of that 1 bus operator that was reassigned to the bus attendant, and 22 in the mechanic shop. September 1st, once again, we did another review of our records. 422 bus operators, broke them out in parentheses again, 361 regular plus 61 sped, 14 bus operators on approved leave, 8 bus operators on workers' comp, 23 bus operators placed in pending status because of no call, no show between August 2nd until September 1st. 5 bus operators were removed from pending status because on the payroll date 9/1, we realized that based on the Transportation Department, they were not supposed to be placed in pending. So we had to take them out of pending and make sure they get their check on that day. 64 bus attendants and 22 in the mechanic shop. So on September 5th, we took the opportunity to request the payroll information for just the transportation team so we could be able to do a cross-reference between OHR documents and payroll. Based on that information, after we did a comparative review of the 831 payroll with the OHR roster, 445 bus operators, broke them out in parentheses, 379 regular, 61 sped, plus the 5 additional that we took out of pending and put back as a operating status. Now we have 18 on bus operators on approved leave, 6 bus operators on workers' comp, 25 bus operators placed in pending, 16 because of no call, no show, 9 did not return from work from workers' comp, 391 total bus operators, 64 bus attendants, 22 in the mechanic shop. So now I'm going to pass it off to my awesome team.
Good evening. My name is Eric Roberts. I'm with the recruitment office. I just want to go over some of the things that we're doing with our recruitment events and our recruitment office for bus operators. First, we ask them why should they choose EBR, and we look at biweekly pay. We look at the board-approved stipend, health benefits, paid sick leave, flexible hours, retirement, holiday and summertime off. We also have a push to hire retirees, our employee assistance program, and the employee appreciation and recognition programs. Our first hiring initiative was Spring Fling, which was on April 29th. Spring Fling, we had 8 bus operators attend and what was hired. Hire Initiative 2, which is our Connect to Succeed events. These events are ongoing. We have them basically every 2 weeks. We've been having them throughout the summer, and we are currently having those now. What we do with Connect to Succeed is we invite everyone who's applied for a position, we invite them to come in. We help them fill out their applications. We provide Chromebooks for them to fill out their applications. We copy and scan documents for them, and we give them offer of intents to hire. We ask them to bring their resume, their transcripts or high school diplomas, and their reference letters, which are the documents we need to complete every application. These are the dates that we had for Connect to Succeed. We started in June 15th. In July, we had 2 dates, the 11th and the 25th. And in August, we've been having them pretty much each week. And we will continue to do them each week until we get where we need to get. Hire Initiative 3, the part-time bus operator hiring fair. We had 9 full-time bus operator applications at that fair. One of the big things about all of our fairs are all of our applications. Getting people in is important because it gives us an opportunity to help them do some things that they are really having trouble with, and that's those documents. We have people apply, but they have trouble with their documents. These are our upcoming Connect to Succeeds. They will be at the transportation office. We're having them every week. We had one Tuesday. We will have one every Tuesday until Spring Fling. So we will have those on the 12th, the 19th, the 26th, and the 3rd. We also have West Staff Customer Service who they're coming in now to help us in human resources. They will be calling the bus applicants, calling them in, setting up appointments for them to come in for Connect to Succeed. With Connect to Succeed, since 6/15/23 to now, we've had 218, or we've invited 218 candidates. We've had 48 come in for assistance, and we've hired 31 with long forms and 35, I'm sorry, with onboarding and long-term and long form submissions. Right now, our total applicants in the pool is 168. We have 2 of them that are part-time and 5 that have signed up for the full-time opportunities. Hire Initiative number 4, part-time bus operator hiring fair. That's what we will be doing tomorrow. We've invited anyone who is interested in part-time driving and full-time driving to come in to the IRC tomorrow, and we will be signing them up for transportation also. And of course, our big event is going to be Fall Fling, Hire Initiative number 5. And we're going to be advertising for this all month to try and get as many people as we can to come in for Fall Fling, not only for bus operators, but for all of our positions in human resources, so that we can try and fill as much staff as we can. We've used social media to get our message out, LinkedIn, Instagram, trying to get our message out to our community. We had an article in the paper today about it. Teach 225 has been sending out information for us, so we're trying to get all this information out as much as possible. All right, now we'll turn it over to Allison.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Vice President Powell, board members, Dr. Narcisse, congregation. So, amen. So we know the importance of all of our employees, and we want to ensure that everyone knows about the application process, from application to hiring to onboarding to orientation. We want to make sure we go through that whole process with you because, of course, we get a lot of questions about it. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, it's for me to do. You know what? Okay, I got it. It's good. So this is the visual that every new hire receives upon completing their application and being recommended for hire. So everybody close your eyes and pretend, look at the screen, but close your eyes and pretend that you are a brand new hire. Open your eyes and look. So with this is the process that they will go through as a new hire. You complete your application, of course. After that, you have to ensure that you complete all of your documentation. The Office of Human Resources, we review that information. And I think it's important, too, that we talk about those timelines and what that looks like overall. So you can go to the next slide and we can move to that. Oh, I got it. I promise this time. So, brand new hire. The first, I receive an email notification. It's sent to me through our portal, Frontline Central. Again, we get a lot of questions around what that time span could look like. This process, after hire, could take approximately 36 hours. The next step, and it's really small, so I'm gonna turn this way. Onboarding documents are very important to this process, and that approximate time span is dependent upon the application being completed, those processes being completed by the applicant. The next step is one of the biggest steps, the cleared background check. This has to, of course, be received by the Office of Human Resources from the Louisiana State Police. This is also dependent upon the candidate securing an appointment time. After that, it could take approximately 4 to 5 days. After that, there is the clearance letter. Once this is received as far as the clearance from the background check, after that's received from the Office of Human Resources, the new candidate is brought in. Hey, I didn't know y'all were looking at me. I thought you were looking, hey. The new candidate will be invited in for onboarding, and they receive a clearance letter. It's very important that candidates know and hiring managers know that the employee cannot come to the campus until they receive a clearance letter. And I'm gonna say this verbatim if that's okay. Candidates become employees when they receive an official clearance letter from the Office of Human Resources. Once a clearance letter is received, employees report directly to work, and this can take approximately about a minimum of 72 hours. Any questions around the journey of a new hire or the transportation recruitment initiatives? All righty, well, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being so thorough. Okay, so Mr. Gode has stepped out, so we will come back to him. And Mr. Rust.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to be brief, but I'm going to ask several different questions for several different people because we got a lot of presentation here. As it stands, what percentage of our bus fleet has AC and does not have AC?
I will have to get back to you on those exact numbers.
Is that because we have like so many new buses coming in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's exactly why.
That would be something I would like to know, as we're getting reports. And, I talked with CEO yesterday about, at some frequency, getting a more detailed understanding of our fleet. Mm-hmm. The information we've been getting is great. It's received. We're looking at it. It's appreciated. At some frequency, weekly or on some regular basis, it would be helpful for us to understand, what our fleet is comprised of, what buses are out, what are being worked on, what buses do we have? Because looking at what you presented, we have a lot of buses coming in that are going to be new, and it's going to be fluctuating. So helping us understand that so that we can see, okay, is progress being made? Are there challenges still that we're dealing with would be really helpful.
You can definitely add that.
And I'd also like to, at some point, it doesn't have to be right now, but to get an idea of the total picture of our budget that goes into transportation as we start talking about next year's budget, for us to understand. And I think Mr. Gode kind of just gave us an off the cuff because he's our board budget expert, if you will, but about $35 million. And if you look at that and the scope of that, I mean, we're pretty close to the size of CATS, not far from it. CATS is about $50 million. And I think we have to treat this like the behemoth that it is in transportation. And I think that we're on the right track, but we have to keep that in context. This is not just driving a few kids to school. This is a huge public city service that we provide. This is some HR questions that I have from Ms. Hall or whomever would like to answer this. Of the presentation where you said you have 168 full-time applicants currently in the queue, is that for bus drivers?
That is correct.
Okay.
So that the data that we shared was from Tuesday. So
Okay.
based on the initiatives that we put forth thus far, we have 9 part-time internal applicants already signed up for tomorrow, and that was as of 12 o'clock today. And then we have 13 full-time external and 9 part-time external.
That
So
are
that's a total.
cleared to work?
No, well.
Applicants?
Applicants. Based on the initiatives that we've pushed out this week, this is what the influx of information is coming in. So we're scheduled to meet with them between tomorrow and into next week.
So what is the 168 applicants?
So
Is
the
that in
106
total thus far?
The 100, exactly.
Okay.
And we keep trying
Okay.
to reach out to them, to invite them to come in, because that's the
Okay.
best way to get them into.
So these are people that may have expressed interest.
That is correct.
What do we consider an applicant? Like they've filled out an application per se?
Yes, they
Okay.
started the application. So where Connecting to Succeed comes in was because since about a year ago, we noticed that there's an influx of people that are stuck in frontline. And when we looked in there, we're like, why are these applicants not coming through? And it's because of child nutrition and transportation and paraprofessionals, though that labor pool, they need a little bit more technical assistance. So you need to meet them where they're at and render that assistance with them.
Okay. Thank you. That clarifies that for me. So my next question was, what are the impediments to getting someone from an applicant to they have their CDL and they're ready to drive a bus? Like, what are the most common problems that we are seeing in getting people to that finish line?
To get them to come in. Once I get them to come in, if I could just get them to come, I'm sorry. Okay, my apologies. So once I'm able to get them to come and meet with us, my team, one-on-one, in 10 to 15 minutes, I'm able to get them through the application process. Once I'm able to get them to the application process and they get a intent to hire, that tells, I'm letting them know, I want to hire you. All I need for you to do now is just go get your fingerprint done.
And wait, Marissa, if I could just add to that, if we were able to figure out how to do fingerprinting in-house, that would be tremendous, because there's a time that it takes to send somebody from here to the state police.
We all know how long it takes.
Right. So we try to look at that. I know other parishes have been exploring some of that. They also outsource third parties and those things. I know that's something some board members said they could look into, but if we can solve that problem, that will expedite us hiring quickly in a lot of different ways. So that's something that we do need support with.
Is that something that we are actively researching, looking into?
Yes, glad you asked, because we been touching bases with Mr. Shamlin to make sure that we are being in the black and white, ensuring that we're utilizing the correct vendors. So we've started that conversation with our CFO and the superintendent to venture into that space.
I know this is something else that has just come up here and there as I talk to people through the district that are waiting for employees. That we like, I've got teachers cleared to teach whatever, but we're waiting on background checks, but that's been going on for years, right? Like,
right.
It's always a problem that's slowing us down in the hiring process, especially once school starts.
Right.
You're like, we need to get people to work right away. So I would encourage however we can think outside the box, like we're doing. I see the process
I apologize, Mr. Russ.
Okay.
That is
more
time.
question.
Okay.
that I think is helpful. I see the process for getting hired as a staff member for the school system, but what does the process look like for someone that comes in that does not have a CDL but wants to get their CDL?
So once we are able to get them to sit with us and complete the application, and we give them the fingerprint background check, then we pass them off to the transportation team, who then ventured into the training of the CDL training. So we pay for that CDL training to get them certified, or licensed, I should say.
About how long does that process take to get them from fresh in the door to a license?
30 days.
30 days. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Last thing, I'll just add, just suggestion, is as part of the application process, I might suggest that we ask, do you anticipate or do you have any reservations or anticipated problems with our process? So that maybe we might see an application if somebody says, well, I'm concerned I might not pass a background check, or I don't know how, I'm not gonna be able to drive to this transportation, like whatever that might be. So maybe we're capturing some idea of why people don't show up, right?
Understood.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to be concise here. let's see, Ms. Spalding, on the new buses that are on all of our buses, do all of our buses today have GPS?
We're working to be able to have the final installations completed. Our newer buses do not. We've spoken to the company to install, and they were sending employees today to begin that process. But, we've received a lot of lease buses and several new buses, and so
Okay.
they do not have.
And where are we in the process of having the student RIF?
RFID?
RFID, whatever, ABC cards so we know which students are on which bus in real time.
So the first tranche of the cards should come in by the beginning of next week, is what we've been told. Is that
Yes.
right? By the
Yes.
beginning of next week.
Yes.
And then they will continue with the subsequent tranches to be able to send them to us over
Okay.
the next few weeks.
Thank you. My next question, since I'm the budget guru here, we're getting all of these buses that we're buying and leasing. Was all of that in the budget, or are we going beyond the budget, or how are we paying for all of these buses? Not that I'm opposed to buying them, I just want to know how we're paying for them.
We're going to have to go into the fund balance to get some of these buses
Okay.
and leases.
Okay. Because I think somewhere along the line, that should probably come up before the board so we can see how much
Yes,
that is.
we have that plan. I think the team is working on an estimate amount. I did talk to board leadership to tell them we're going to bring that shortly, but we were moving, just trying to see who was
I
going to get to
understand.
us. And I think we have I don't know if it's fair enough to give an approximate, but maybe we should wait till we get exact numbers.
Well,
There's over 100 buses available. That was in the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
So we just have to
yeah,
understand.
100 buses if we purchase, so that's $15 million, and that's a big hunk. So I just want to be mindful of the budgetary aspects of this. One thing I did want to point out, Ms. Hall and others talked about trying to understand payroll versus buses and stuff. I want to put a plug in for our team putting together the integrated software because right now finance and payroll has one database, HR has a different database, and all this sort of stuff. Hopefully, sometimes in the spring, we're going to have an integrated system where HR, payroll, finance, everybody is looking at exactly the same data and exactly the same system, and we'll move from 1995 to 2023. So that's a big step we need to make. Ms. Hall, while you're up here, we've been talking tremendously about bus drivers and everything else, but our core mission here is to teach kids.
That's correct.
How many vacancies do we have in our core teachers? Right
Core
now?
teachers, 67 vacancies.
I just want to keep that at the front of people's minds because that is our primary purpose, is to teach kids, and don't want to lose sight of that factor while we're trying to solve some of these other operational issues. So I just want to make sure that was highlighted. Thank you.
And Board Member Goda, can I just add this? And we're trying to make sure we also verify what our actual vacancy numbers here are, also with the state, because there seems to be difference on the numbers. And so I had that same question by a Betsy board member, and we followed up, myself and Ms. Hall. But we're always trying to make sure that the numbers are accurate between what we have locally here and what the state has. Sometimes those numbers are not always the same.
And again, I think most of our numbers are reported by the finance department, and getting the finance department and HR on the same database will be a big help to keeping those straight. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. Try to follow me here. At the end of each school year, we have a pretty good idea of what the teacher shortage may look like for the upcoming year. Correct? No, you're right, okay.
Yes, that is correct.
In your presentation, it says we generally allocate for 500 bus drivers. On April 29th, you had a hiring initiative 1. So in April, it appears to me in April, we knew that there was a shortage of bus drivers. Correct? If we hired 8, we knew that there was a shortage. So every day, the number of available bus drivers is changing because of workman's comp and different things like that. So we started the year off 103 short, right? June 1st, we had 407 available.
Yes, based on the presentation, if you want to bring it back up, that's fine.
Okay, we were 103 short. If we had a hiring initiative in April, that tells me we knew coming into the school year we were short on bus drivers.
So, do you want me to
Go
respond?
ahead, no.
Okay. So, April 29th Spring Fling is for all vacancies across the district.
Okay,
We
but we're
pulled
talking-
out
Go
the
ahead.
transportation to focus on transportation for tonight. So from that initiative, we hired 8 bus operators. June 1st data was the transportation team confirming how many they have on their rosters available to be bus operators. So it was 468, and they need an additional 32.
So we knew that we were going to be short bus drivers.
Right, we
That's
knew- we knew
that's
there were gonna
correct.
be a short.
And we, as we also engaged with other folks in the state, we knew the shortage was going to happen in a lot of ways.
So then, somewhere in we talked about part-time, full-time. What denotes a part-time bus driver from a full-time bus driver?
So from an HR standpoint, it's just below 20 hours from an HR standpoint. So from a routing or driving routes, that's a question I would have to pass to the team. Sorry.
So full-time is 8 hours a day, right? Okay.
Paid for 7.5.
7.5.
They pay for 7.5,
Yes, sir.
even though they're not driving 7.5. Now they're driving more because we're short.
Correct.
So I'll share with you that 5 years ago, there were over 600 bus operators and over 700 buses, and that number has continued to dwindle down year after year. And so we've been short for more than this year, more than last year. It's been several years that we've been short, which is why the team was looking at routing differently to be able to accommodate the fewer drivers that we have driving daily.
So the basic infrastructure of running a school system is getting the kids to the schools. So what I'm hearing you telling me is that we've known for at least 3 years back that we were going to be short bus drivers. So was there no initiative to make that up, or to hire bus drivers, or to try to see down the road that, hey, we're going to be short bus drivers?
Sir, we're recruiting every day, all day. If one of the team members goes to the gas station and sees someone driving for another company, they're having a conversation about coming to EBR. When our bus operators are in schools and they're transitioning to different positions, teachers, paraprofessionals, whatever they're studying, we encourage them to try to remain with us part-time to be able to do that. The board approved that part-time position the middle of last school year. So we're grateful for it, and we're looking forward to having some people be able to support us, whether it's our retirees or whether it's other workers in the system.
And thank you for that. But to me, we missed it. We missed it. How many transportation coordinators have we had in the last 2.5 years?
The directors, we're on the 4th one.
We're on the 4th one.
Yes, sir.
To me, that's a flaming red flag.
Yes, sir.
That if I've had 4 transportation coordinators in 2.5 years, somebody is asleep at the wheel.
This is a very hard job, Board Member Lewis, a very hard job.
Oh, I
And
understand.
people tend to move on because it's hard to make a difference in the space. We need bus operators. Not everyone, as you've seen from the numbers from HR, are clamoring to become a part of the team. We're recruiting, we're speaking to people, we're going to different fairs, we're talking to people that are working different companies, trying to encourage them. But there are challenges.
So a couple weeks ago, it was a money issue. So
No, it's been a money issue for a long time.
well, I know.
I'm sorry.
But we tried to address the money issue with the stipends.
Board Member Lewis, if I could just add to that, I always want to keep pointing out to the public and the board, there's one issue around pay, but the bus operator shortage, as you said, we haven't had an aggressive recruiting strategy to bring them on. And there's also been a notion of competition has increased. right, with other UPS, FedEx, Amazon's coming, and they all pay more than our folks, right? So there's this whole combination of competition, supply and demand. It's so much more bigger. Should we have been more prepared with a strategy? Absolutely on that, to compete with that. And that has exacerbated more than anything now. And so that's why we're trying to be aggressive like everyone else.
I remember for an entire year driving by this building, and from that end of the parking lot to this end, we were advertising for ESS teachers. We knew that was a problem, and we were aggressively advertising and recruiting for ESS teachers, but we weren't doing the same for our transportation department. And the bottom line, if you can't get kids to school, we can't do our job. We can't educate kids. And I will be extremely happy when we get past this, because I didn't join this board to deal with transportation. I joined this board to deal with educating children, providing equitable, fair, and education for the children in this parish. And we can't do that because somebody dropped the ball, kicked the can down the road, and to quote Mr. Gode, hope that, he talked about playing musical chairs, and with one chair left, you sit down, the termites have eaten that leg off the chair. That's what happened to our transportation department. It fell to pieces. And I don't necessarily think that it's Dr. Narcisse's fault. I think everybody who sat behind his desk for the last decade and a half kept their fingers crossed that the bottom didn't fall out while they were behind that desk. So if we're going to ever be a progressive 21st century school system, we need to get some foresight and stop being reactionary to everything that comes down the pipe. And that's what we've been. Reactionary. You guys are doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell Lewis. Speaking to Coach Lewis's point and Mr. Goday's about foresight for the future, right, and avoiding the mistakes of the past and considering the long-term budget implications that Mr. Goday so correctly notes. Personally, I'm fine with spending a chunk of the surplus to get some new buses. We clearly need them. I know from prior presentations, our goal has historically been best practice to replace about 10% of the fleet per year. And somebody told me, I think we haven't done 10% since like 2006 or something like that, right? So that's a very long time where we have not been replaced, which means we have an old fleet, right? And we haven't spent our own money on a bus in about the same amount of time, right? And when we've taken the grant funds for that, they've given us buses that are suboptimal and where the maintenance costs have perhaps outweighed any savings that we may have had there. So to do things right in the future, it is going to take more money because we have historically underfunded our bus operations, right? And as Coach notes, that's a problem that goes back 2 decades. So I just want everybody to be aware that as we consider all the budget implications that we're going to have, the loss of the ESSER funding, trying to find a way to turn the stipends into permanent pay raises and whatnot, we're going to have to stand behind all the words that we're saying here about doing things better, and that means we're going to have to insist that we have funding, the right amount of funding for our transportation system in the future, because Mr. Russ is correct that this is a major, major enterprise, and we're going to have to fund it accordingly, which collectively the school system of Baton Rouge has not done for a very long time. I have just a couple of particular questions. I appreciate the presentation. This has all been very, very helpful information. It's clear that y'all spent a lot of time doing this. It's very helpful to me as a board member. One, could I get an update on the mechanic situation and how we're dealing with how much the turnaround time getting repairs taken care of is happening?
So we've had Kentworth here for about 2 weeks now, and they're pushing out a number of buses. They are working in-house with our mechanics to help efficiency and just move things along faster. And we're working with another vendor, a few vendors we've contacted to give us preference so we can get buses out faster as well. So we're calling on a number of contacts that we have to move things along.
And have we started having anybody work under the new overtime pay that we approved?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
They're excited about
Good.
that.
I know that I don't remember the last one or two transportation daily reports, but I know initially they were including kind of how many buses were being returned to service and how many were, and if maybe they're still going on. If that stopped, then I would urge you to continue and pick that back up. I found that very helpful.
Okay.
Ms. Scott Spalding, on the community drop-off points or collection points, it's a great program. I think it saves. It has the potential to really simplify a lot of issues, right? But what struck me in your description about how this is really a parent organized thing is that's much more accessible to that subsection of our population, which have parents who have the luxury of time and the skills to kind of self-organize. As we know, one of the problems with improving and enhancing equity in our school system is supporting those parents who do not have the time or the background to be able to effectively do that. So have we or can we explore options to help them organize, either by more aggressively kind of advertising to populations that maybe our new routing software, which sounds great, identifies would be ideal collection, community points, or by if there are portions of the community where just the parents all work, right, or otherwise unavailable to show up, where we could perhaps spend a little bit of money to provide a sheriff's deputy or somebody like that should the parents choose to, it's always the parent's choice whether to put the kid at this point or not, but I'm just wondering if there's anything we can do to help all of our parents access something like this in a way that would benefit our logistics greatly.
So most definitely, the team has talked about ways to maybe have monitors, maybe have SROs, or maybe have off-duty sheriff's department or police department to be able to support those areas. In the past, Breck Parks were used as neighborhood hubs or collection points for students, and we have to have a staff member on site to be able to utilize those services. The library is very gracious to his families for supporting that, but we are open to all ways to be innovative to support our families and to reduce the time for travel on our buses.
If I could add to Board Member Martin, I think the point you bring up that's been very taxing on us a lot is when you create those different set of hubs is getting an adult to be there. Right. And that's hard, quite frankly, on schools as well, because, we also have staffing in schools. So sure. The partnership that you wrap around law enforcement, others to help, we think that's helpful, but that may come with an additional cost. Sure. I'm not sure. So, and also us reaching out to our community partners to see if they'll help us as well, because we have not asked, our extended partners, hey, would you be willing as well? But they may say a cost as well to that.
No, I understand that, and I think that's not something that's a cost that we would necessarily want to incur, all the time, but to help us get through this crisis, this semester, or whatever, as we wait for all these great hiring initiatives to bear the fruit that we all hope they will. That just strikes me as something that maybe we can pilot and pick one or two sites, Breck Parks or something like that, in communities where we don't have existing community collection points, where we can say, hey, we're going to put out an ad to the notice to the parents. If you would like to send your kid here, there will be staff, there will be a deputy, whatever. And that's got a cost for me for the crisis response. It's worth paying. That's a different question if it's for the next 20 years kind of cost. But for now, I think that would be beneficial. Thank you. Madam Vice President, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stewart.
I just had a comment to answer one of my colleagues' questions. Colleague Russ wanted to know about the AC buses. Actually, on August 23rd, which is a little time back, but Mr. Ridgely actually sent me that information about AC buses. We have approximately 253 buses with AC, and at that time, 26 of those were needing some repairs. So just to kind of give you an idea.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Dr. Narcisse.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. I do have a request to the board, just in terms of for the staff. We've been providing to the board 2 updates a day, one after the morning, one after the night, and those times are actually pretty close. And I'd like to make a request, if it's possible, we can give 1 report a day closer to after the afternoon run. And then from there, we still will be communicating to families like we've always been doing. But it's just, it's been a lot on the team to pull them off of what's going on in the day after the morning. And then they're shifting over to get ready for the afternoon. And so if the board would be okay with that, we can still do it at an earlier time, but it'll be right after the end of the second run. And then we can update our community accordingly. But that'd be very helpful for us if we can decrease that on Monday.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it.
So I guess my question is if if everyone agrees, and Mr. Shamlin, you came in just at the right time. Dr. Narcisse has made a request that we reduce our updates, our transportation updates to 1 time a day. Do we need to take a vote on that?
That does require a vote of the board since it was set by board vote.
Okay.
Problem tonight is we don't have an item on the agenda addressing that unless there's a unanimous vote of the board to add an item for consideration.
Okay. So then we enter that process as well? The
Yes,
same way?
someone may make a motion to first add the item.
Okay.
That motion has to pass, then the item itself has to be considered.
And as a point of information, we'd have to have all the public comment and whatnot on
Yes,
that
sir.
as well.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Would there be public comment separately for the motion to add it to the agenda and then for the actual agenda item discussion itself?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And there's no, if we just all kind of said, yeah, that's fine, one report's enough, we technically, be in violation of board policy that the board does not particularly care to enforce?
It's actually state law. So state law requires a period of public comment ahead of the vote.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I mean, on the underlying issue of the daily reports on transportation, not I understand the state law on the meetings and whatnot, but if we just verbally kind of all nodded our head and told the superintendent, it would upset Mr. Finney. I can see him coming in.
We would call that a gentleman's agreement.
Point of information, I would suggest, Dr. Narcisse, that perhaps adopt a streamlined report for the morning that keeps it very simple. Maybe just focus on routes. Hopefully, with the new routing software, that will become easier. And then perhaps a more comprehensive report at the end of the day so that there's a less distraction from the work at hand.
That's a great idea because the original motion did not specify what the content of any of the reports would be. So we can continue to have a thorough report in the afternoon and a very bare bones report in the morning.
So just so I'm clear, so just routes in the morning, and then we'll give you comprehensive afternoon, and we'll continue to communicate with our community as well.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll work. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for your presentation. We will be on to our next presentation, which is the LEAP report.
Yes, if we have Ms. Andrea Okoski, our Chief Accountability, please come up.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for affording me this opportunity to be with you tonight to share this important information. As an accountability team, we know that it is both our privilege and our responsibility to report this important information to you, and we take it seriously. And so I thank you once again for allowing me to be the face of this data for you tonight. We're going to start by just reminding everyone who takes the LEAP and why. So students in grades 3 through 8 complete LEAP 2025 statewide assessments in the 4 main core content areas: ELA, math, science, and social studies. If you're a high school student, you're meeting graduation requirements by taking an LEAP 2025 end of course assessment in the areas listed here: English 1, English 2, Algebra 1, Geometry, Biology, and U.S. History. Now, as a reminder, there are 5 achievement levels on the LEAP, and you can see the screenshot that defines each of them. The state defines mastery as meeting expectations, advanced as exceeding those expectations. Basic is nearly meeting, and then you can see below approaching basic is partial, and then unsatisfactory is not met. For our purposes tonight, we're going to look at mastery and above data. But before we do, I'd like to remind not only those here tonight, but those watching at home, that every number that we look at tonight represents a student. And it also represents that student support system who got them to that place. When we look at LEAP data, they persevered to come to school to take the test. When we look at our graduation rate data, they persevered to walk across that stage after 12 years. And so for all of those folks who had a hand in that, we not only applaud you, but we thank you. As an accountability team, we couldn't do our jobs without you, and you're an important part of this heavy lift. To the right, you'll see how many tests were measured or accounted for in this accountability cycle. Now, you may say, well, Andrea, wait a minute. There's 40,000 students, and you have 70,000 tests, over 70,000 tests for grades 3 through 8. Remember, they took 4, 1 in each content. Your high school students sometimes took more than 1 because I'm enrolled in more than 1 end-of-course test. So as a system, we administered 85,558 assessments in the spring cycle. It's a heavy lift, and once again, thanks to everyone who contributed. So let's dig into the data. This slide is your headline slide. The state reports LEAP results in 2 ways: grades 3 through 8, which they consider to be elementary, and then 3 through 8 plus high school. The headline here is that when you look at all tests, all subjects, the district grew by 2 percentage points in mastery and above. Likewise, the state increased at the same rate. So on the right-hand side, you see by subject area the 1-year change for both Louisiana as a whole and the district for grades 3 through 8 in high school. On the left-hand side, you see the data for elementary grades 3 through 8. What's noteworthy here is that the change rate in both ELA and math for the district was above their statewide peers. And so we know that we've historically had a gap between our mastery percentages and the states. So anytime we can close that gap, that's significant. What's also noteworthy here is that for the second year in a row, math led for elementary. And so the 2-point gain is consistent. They tracked, and you'll see in a minute that they have a further gap than ELA, but they tracked and they grew. So we're going to dig in by content and look at the picture as a whole. So that was the change rate, but what are the actual percentages of how many students scored mastery and above? If we take into consideration all tests administered, then at the district level, there were 27% of those tests that achieved mastery level or above. At the state level, it was 33%. If you notice, since COVID, with the COVID rebound, both the district and the state have grown at a 3-point rate over the last 3 years. We're going to dig in now for ELA and math. ELA is on the left, math is the right. Again, you see that 3-point trend over the last 3 years. At the district level, 37% of tests scored mastery and above. Statewide, it was 43%. On the math side, and math has historically tracked lower than ELA, district-wide, 24% of tests were mastery above. At the state level, it was 32%. While ELA has historically been the highest, with math second, science and social studies historically has trended behind the other content areas. Going to the next slide, your science results are on the left, with 22% of district tests scoring mastery or above, compared to the statewide average of 28%. And then in social studies, again, 22% comparing to the statewide average of 26%. We're going to look at subgroup data. Again, this is percent mastery and above. The highest performing subgroup represented here is the Asian subgroup at 70%. You'll notice that that subgroup is also tracking above their statewide peers. African American or Black students surpassed statewide peers in this assessment cycle. This is important because when I come back to you in a few months for progress points, and you ask me how did we earn our progress points, it's when our subgroups, students, outperform their statewide peers. When they get above the average, they earn more points that way because we're closing those gaps. Now, pre-COVID, we saw a larger gap, that our African American students were outperforming their statewide peers. What happened in COVID was they backtracked. The fact that they have now caught up is showing we're trending in the right direction. We're getting back to where we were. The next group that we want to watch, because they are such a large group, it's 76% in this district, is the economically disadvantaged subgroup. In COVID, that gap to their statewide peers widened. And so we want to make sure that that's the group that continues to close the gap next. We're going to transition because in the last 10 days, the Louisiana Department of Education has publicly released graduation rate data. And so as a reminder, graduation rate just measures when I started as a freshman, did I graduate in 4 years on time? It's a numerator-denominator issue. And to earn an A in Louisiana, a high school's goal should be for 9 or more out of 10 students to graduate on time. In accountability formulas, that 9 out of 10 or 90% tracks you towards an A letter grade in this metric. To the right, you see the pie chart that represents high school performance score formulas. And so you'll see the representation there of how the cohort graduation rate is 20% of a high school's overall score. So let's take a look at graduation rate data. This slide tracks for several years, over the last decade or more. As you can see, graduation rate has been a challenge. It has been something that has been inconsistent. And then the green represents growth years. The blue represents a year where the district declined or dropped. Most notably, you see in 2017, this graduating class after the flood was a drop. In 2013-14 school year, that marked a change in Louisiana's accountability system that had an impact. So each year, as we get these scores, we unpack the contributing factors that may have led to the outcomes for students. Overall, for this graduating class, and I need a pause here to remind everyone, this is the class of 2022. In Louisiana, graduation rate data lags a year behind because we just closed the book on class of 2023 on August 31st. They allow that summer school to go through, summer school graduations. By policy, you have till August 31st to certify a graduate. So it'll be 15 months from now when I come back to you with 2023 data. So in the last year, for 21 to 22, we saw a 1.2% increase in the overall graduation rate. And Louisiana as a whole saw a slight dip, but the average there at the bottom you can see remains 82.7%. So everyone wants to check on their favorite high school, and because of the small number of high schools, we're able to create one slide for you here so that you can see how each of the high schools has tracked over time with graduation rates. The shout out to Glen Oaks High, who has the biggest gain at 10.7 points for 1 year for graduation rate. We did see 6 schools increase their graduation rates. There were another 3 with no change, which is not alarming because of the nature of their programming. You'll notice the way the Baton Rouge High and Liberty are reported. It's probably because it's a handful of students that requires the suppression of data that might give away a subgroup or might give away the identity of a student if the actual numbers were reported. The virtual school, because of the cohort size in the years prior to COVID, didn't have enough to register an actual graduation rate. As another reminder, your alternative schools often tend to fluctuate in enrollment and student population, so it's not always consistently the same students for all 4 years at those sites, and so sometimes you see big changes in their data. We're going to now move to another metric that the Louisiana Department of Education measures, and that's called strength of diploma. The strength of the diploma captures the points that a school in the district earn or students receive for advanced placement, dual enrollment, CLEP, college credits, as well as Jump Start credentials. To earn an A in this metric, when we come back in the fall, later this fall, and look at letter grades, to earn an A, what a school or what the district needs is not only for that student to graduate on time in the 4 years, but to also earn something that qualifies them extra or additional points, such as dual enrollment, advanced placement, Jumpstart credentials. So let's kind of look at that a little closer. This chart represents Louisiana accountability policy so that you can see the point values that are earned for each of these areas. And so the orange highlights the baseline. The 100 points is your standard diploma. If a student, you can see, takes a AP class, a dual enrollment class, something of that nature, they elevate to 110. You notice that you keep elevating. 150 is that AP qualifying score of 3 or higher, a CLEP score of 50, an advanced statewide credential, and so on. And then you can see it maxes out at 160 for an associate's degree. So one of the ways, just like the state measures mastery and above, on the cohort side, what they look at for credentials is how many students earned basic and above. That's that 110. I had something other than a standard diploma. I had that extra coursework. I had a credential. So 45.5% of our students earned that extra. This is an 8.8 increase from the prior year. As a comparison, 58.4 students statewide earned the basic and above credentials. So let's look at our subgroup data. To the left, you see the grad rate subgroup data. To the right, you see the credential subgroup data. You can see once again our Asian students are outpacing their statewide peers and their performance. You can see how each individual subgroup did, and you can see the ones that have historically struggled with not only graduation rate, but also on the credential side. At the bottom, you have the overall rate, and then moving up, you have each of the major reportable subgroups. As a point of reminder and reference, again, the economically disadvantaged subgroup is 76.6% of our student population. So I'm going to pause there to see if there are any questions before I go to this last part.
All right, Mr. Martin.
I don't have a particular question. I have a number of comments that I'd like to make at the end. I don't have a particular question about this section.
So you prefer to wait until she finishes her presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Lewis? Okay. Mr. Gode?
I will ask a quick one. Is more of an observation. When I look at the graduation rate and I see a school, and I'm not picking on a school, I'm just looking at the numbers, Tara being 59.6%, but I also noticed that with our ninth grade success program, they have made tremendous gains, up from like 60% to 85%, the biggest in the nation of anyone doing that. So I just want people to understand that the basis of these scores were set 4 years ago when they're coming through. And over the last 2 years, we've done a lot of changes, and I'm hopeful that those changes that we've made and the supports that we're given will start to bear fruit in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, and that graduation rate goes up dramatically. So thank you.
Vice President, I do actually have one question on this section, if I may.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much, Ms. Okonski. Kind of following up on the email exchange that we had a month or two ago, included in these graduation rates and the LEAP score summaries are a number of students that we carry on the books for a variety of reasons, but who may never have even set foot in a particular school in a given year. Is that correct?
Okay, so on the LEAP side, these are students who participated in LEAP.
Right.
To your point, they could have earned a 0 because they either didn't come for the test or because they sat for the test and didn't finish or for whatever reason. On the high school side, these are you're correct, every student in the cohort. As you are aware that there are legitimate leavers, that you can exit a student from a cohort. I have transferred out of state and I have the documentation to prove it. I am deceased. Unfortunately, we see that. I have the documentation to prove it. So those legitimate leavers have been excluded from this data. To your point, if I'm habitually absent and there's no documentation to register me as a legitimate leaver, I'm included in this.
Or if my parents are migrant workers and they've taken me to the next state where they're working and they never bothered to fill out a I've moved my child form or anything like that, then they would be included.
It could happen.
In the books of that school, and they'd be get a LEAP score of 0 and the graduation rate
They
not
still
graduated.
belong to
and all
that
They
school.
still belong to that school.
You belong to that school till that school has a documentation to exit you.
So I want to continue to explore with you, not right now, but
Absolutely.
but what the impact of that is, and distinguish between those students who were just kind of failing, right, and to
Sure.
get to come to school, versus those who have truly left, but we just don't have the paperwork to establish it, and the impact that has. Because I think that if we look closer at that data, we'll see that our scores are. Or our true scores should be higher than are reflected.
And as you
because
saw in
of
that data set we looked at, we can correlate number of absences, days attended to this. Yeah.
So if you actually attend school and you only count the kids who actually attend school, I mean, who are not chronically truant, then I think that data show that our that our school rankings could show to 10 percentage points.
That is exactly right, Board Member Martin. One of the things we had to put in place, we did, I guess about 2 years now, is to try, Ms. Okoski and the Graduation Excellence Department, which is under Larry James, work hard to clean up the data and really try to help us to determine where kids are, because that was not always as clean. From the beginning, the team has been trying to work through that, and we think we have a much better mechanism now around that.
There's actually a data cleanup process going on right now for LEAP to determine if the student is full academic year, to count towards the school, to count towards the district. Cynthia Sampay, our Director of Accountability, had a working session with schools earlier in the week. They've got a window of time to follow the LDOE protocols, to scrub that data, to provide the documentation. They come into the accountability office in the training lab there. Staff works with them to do that, and then we send it back to the department. Sometimes it goes through different phases, but to Doc's point, we do our best to scrub it. To follow up.
I was going to add one more thing too. Is what has gotten better in schools has been how the staffing models happen. So we would have, for example, one counselor to every 600 kids in a school. Now we're 1 to 300, and then you also have the academic pathway folks who are in there. So there's
well, no, I agree, and I think those are all good programs that we've been implementing. I think that look, the state's going to do what the state's going to do, and they've got their very rigid rules for which kids you're allowed to remove out of the database and whatnot, and that's appropriate to make sure nobody kind of cooks the books, right, by whatever they do. However, as we look internally to evaluate the true performance of schools, I think it can be helpful that we separate out, to the extent that we have the data, and we have a lot of data, that we can separate out the effects of, say, chronic truancy from the effects of how the school is doing educating the kids who are there, to isolate as best we can which problems we need to work on. And that won't change how the state views our scores or rankings or anything like that, but it will help us do a better job.
One other thing too, which I know you've been passionate about this since being on the board, is how we are going to target more, providing more opportunities for schools that have economically disadvantaged kids to have more coaches and to help them catch up even more. When you look at some of our really underperforming schools, those kids are sometimes so far behind that we just have to put more resources to them than other schools. So how we think about that with school leaders in terms of allocating resources there is going to be important as well.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You may return to your presentation.
So continuing on, the question is, okay, what's next? When do we get these actual scores, right? So as I mentioned a minute ago, we are going through an assessment on the assessment side, a roster cleanup to determine full academic year, which students will be included, excluded, and to clean up data rosters. That should be finishing up in the next couple of days, next week. And then from there will be various cleanup data cert cycles with the Louisiana Department of Education. Historically, in our post-COVID world, the department has released scores around the last week of October, early November. So I would hope to be up here in front of you with some school performance scores before Thanksgiving. So for the sake of our audience at home and for you guys who might want to dig in deeper on certain schools, I want to put some links up here to help folks to do that. I've tried to bold the key words for what you're looking for. For instance, we talked at the beginning about mastery summaries. So those top reports will take you to the breakdown of mastery and above reports at the school level. The one that says achievement level will give you the breakdown by school of unsatisfactory, approaching basic, mastery, and advanced. Because when you look at our gaps and you know we have an achievement gap, the next question is, well, how many are at basic that we can move? How close are we there? So that's why those achievement level reports are important, not only holistically, but also at the subgroup level. And then the last three break down not only your grad rate and your credentials, but also your subgroups in both areas. I was able to fit on a slide the grad rate by school, but the credentials is a little bit broader, and so that last link will take you there. And then to the right, for our parent watching at home, and how can I learn more about these accountability buzzwords and these other pieces that affect my child's performance and the school overall program. I want to remind everyone at home that Louisiana Department of Education has a Louisiana School Finder. If you type in the name of your child's school, it'll take you to these data sets and user-friendly language that also compares them to district averages, state averages, and you can also tag more than one school to do a comparison. These reports were taken from the Louisiana Department of Education's Public Data Library. The link is there for all to see. There's also a family support toolbox that has videos and tutorials on how to interpret your child's LEAP report. And then last but not least, along the way, incrementally each month, we're updating our district scorecard on our internal assessments, our enrollment, our district KPIs. We haven't started for this school year yet because it's the 20th day of school yet. And so we're going to wait a little closer to October 1 enrollment, and our beginning of the year assessments should be winding down in the next 10 school days. And so by the end of the month, we'll start populating that data. And that's all I have for you tonight.
Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Questions and comments from my colleagues. Mr. Lewis.
Ms. Sikorsky. Hey.
Is it getting away that fast?
Thank you for tremendous presentation.
Thank you, Coach.
And I don't want to use all my time. I mean, I want to use all my time, but we know that most of our kids don't live at mastery and above. Okay, nearly 80% of the district is economically disadvantaged. When you look at all your graphs, the economically disadvantaged children are below. Okay, nearly every conversation we have in this room, regardless of what the topic is, people always bring into play or focus COVID. This happened during COVID, that happened during COVID. The thing that troubles me about this data is that there's no pre-COVID scores in here. And correct me if I'm wrong, we've spent over $100 million, we've spent over $100 million of COVID money.
I'll give you the test data. I don't let Kelly give you the dollars. But yes,
okay,
sir.
Well, we spent a bunch of money. Okay, and so what I'm seeing here, if I'm reading this correct, is 2% growth.
It's 2 this year, but 3 in the last 3 years.
Okay, but are we back where we were pre-COVID? We are not where we were pre-COVID.
So I anticipated this question. I'm so glad I did. So if we look at all tests, right?
Okay.
If we look at all tests pre-COVID 2019, the district was at 32%. The Louisiana state average was 36%. So while we haven't returned, neither has the state to that pre-COVID number.
And I understand about the state, but I live in East Baton Rouge Parish.
Understand.
Okay, so that's my concern. is East Baton Rouge Parish. I like the fact that you provided the links so we can, unpack this a little bit more. But I would really like to see a breakdown by schools and then look at the economically disadvantaged, those scores in those schools.
We were limited in time and space, but we have that for you.
Okay. But because we don't, you've got a select group of kids. Well, we've got a group of kids that live at mastery and above, but we know as a whole in this district, they don't, we're not a mastery and above district. So I think this is all nice and fuzzy and feels good, but I think we need to get down to the core of where we are as a district. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, next year the state's moving the goalpost again.
When we present school performance scores, we'll share that with you. The scales will be increasing. They'll be changing.
And a 65 will get you what next year?
So the scales will be changing, and so in everything other than an F is the scales increasing on you.
Right.
It's becoming more rigorous.
Right. So if we don't address the elephant in the room, we're gonna mess around, and we're not gonna be doing very well as a district.
Our team would be happy to unpack it with you.
Well, I hope so. I know you will, but that troubles me that I know we're getting a good, honest look here, but this is not where we live day to day. We don't live at mastery and above. We live at basic and approaching basic. And I think it would be a crying shame if we don't address the fact that we still have over 1,000 third graders in this district reading at 2 years, 3 years below their grade level. And we all know that third and fourth grade are key grades, especially fourth grade. And a lot of these African American children on here, when they get to middle school, they drop off. So what can we do to fix that? If we're going to provide fair and equitable educations to kids, we got to look at fair and equitable data that reflects the entire district, not just the kids who live at mastery and above. That's what troubles me about percentages. Give me real, raw numbers. Because I know from my previous profession, I can make data say what I want to say if I'm the last person with the pen in my hand. So, but I just think that, we've spent a lot of money, and I'm just wondering if we're getting our money's worth. Because 2% growth, to me, I don't know if I'm getting my money's worth.
We'll be happy to share the data with you. We'll follow up with you.
And I'll buy you lunch or whatever. We can eat hot dogs in your office,
it's our
whatever.
job. We have it for you for the sake of time and space tonight.
Okay, and I realize that because I think you anticipated questions of this nature. So
yes, sir.
And I thank you for not being reactive but being proactive.
Well, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Thank you, Ms. Okonski, for a very good presentation. It is important to highlight achievement and the progress that has been made. It's also very important for us as a board to have context, as much as parents and students and teachers all unanimously hate standardized testing. It's without a doubt. This reminds us why it's important, because we need goalposts, we need markers to tell us what student achievement is. Mr. Lewis really took a lot of the words out of my mouth. There's more than one way to look at the data here. It also tells me that 81% of our economically disadvantaged students scored at basic or below.
Correct.
That's a really shocking statistic when you look at it that way. So we have a lot of work to do. And of course, you're not responsible for all that work. I say we. These are things that we need to have in front of us on a regular basis. So thank you for putting that together for us. I just want to continue to challenge our board, our superintendent, our system, to think in innovative ways of how we are going to tackle this challenge of educating our students, how we're going to teach them to read, how we're going to teach them math, the very basic fundamentals of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russ.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much. I first want to express my appreciation to the superintendent and staff for providing this. We've all, I think, collectively wanted to be able to spend more time talking about our academic needs rather than a lot of the much more mundane topics that we wind up spending a lot of time on. So I think this is one of the more valuable discussions we can have here. You know, last night I watched a movie called The Right to Read. It's a fantastic documentary. I urge you all to take a look at it. You can watch it for free until Saturday evening. If you ask me for the code, I can provide that. And it talks about how the ability to read is really the most fundamental civil right there is. If you can't read, you can't participate in today's society. And what this data shows is that 63% of our children all across the board are below mastery in English and language arts, right? As Mr. Russ noted, 81% are basic or below if they're economically disadvantaged kids. Yay, we made 1%, right? We've averaged 1% improvement. That means it'll be 63 years before we get to 100%. It'll be, it'll be 40 years before we get to 3/4 of our kids having mastery. That's not a pace that is, to me, in any way acceptable. And that's not to find fault with anybody in particular. Changing an education system takes a lot of time. I understand that. But 1% growth, as Coach Lewis notes, we haven't even come back to where we were before COVID, right? We spent so much money, not just this district, the entire country spent so much money trying to overcome the tremendous learning loss that happened during COVID in a system that wasn't performing that great before COVID, right? And we haven't been able to even get back what we lost during that time period. That is a sign of a fundamental failure in the system. I don't have the magic bullet answer to solve it, but I know that we need to understand that while plus 1% growth is better than -1 shrinkage in performance, it's not anything to be happy about, because we can't wait. We can't fail 40 more years of kids before we provide them the education that is their birthright in this country. And so I think we just need to all of us double down to focus so fundamentally on figuring out how we can get kids to read. If we can get them to read, they'll eventually learn social studies and science and the other stuff. If they can't read, they'll never do that. They're very likely to be unemployed. They're very likely to wind up homeless or in jail. And so if we've got an 8th grader that can't read, then I say we need to figure out, what do we need to do? Take them out of all other classes and just say, you know what, we're going to teach you to read all day long. They can, with the right. Every child, barring very significant mental disorders, can learn how to read, and certainly the vast percentage that we're not teaching to read are fully capable of learning to read, and we're just failing to teach them, and we've got to figure out how to fix that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gaudet.
Yes, I just want to echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues about the importance of literacy. And I want to point out for everyone and recommend that they go to the EBR website and go through the literacy blueprint, because that is a plan that was worked on community-wide. And this is a community issue. It's our issue, but it's also a community issue. And if you really want to change that, you got to start at year 0. and really work with kids, because we got way too many kids coming in kindergarten, not kindergarten ready, and we're playing catch up from the first day they get into school. And so it is a broad issue, but it is the reason why we're doing things like literacy coaches and doing all these things. Because like my colleague, Mr. Martin, said, this has been a problem in the past, and just trying to do what we did in the past, doing it better, isn't going to get there. And if we want non-incremental change, we have to make non-incremental process changes, things like literacy coaches, things like math coaches, because it's a problem across the nation. The science of reading is, I think, what they call it today. That is the kind of thing that's sweeping across the nation, because we got away from it. When we stopped learning phonics, we stopped learning all these things, got into the whole language thing, and we need to go back to teaching the basics. And so I'm glad I hear all of these comments around, and I just want everyone to be challenged when we come to budget times and things like that, that we remember, if we go back to what we were doing, we're going to get the results we were getting. We have to be different, and we have to change what we're doing if we're going to see a change in results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Narcisse.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. I just wanted to share a few things because just some highlights. I agree with the board members. The board members said this is a challenge that it's going to take a while to fix. I always want to tell folks this is not a quick fix. Ourselves, like many other cities, have a problem, but we've also have done some things to systematize pieces. For example, consistency now of assessments, a literacy blueprint that we have, a pathway that we have in terms of what strategies we need to look at, coaches in the classrooms, more consistency around with our curriculum. We've been really clear about keeping consistency because our district has not done a very good job at that. When you look at, I can remember when I started as superintendent, I had them do an external audit. One of the number one things that they said was that we change programs every year or it was just so much inconsistency, and that did not help with how we measured children, because different schools did different things, or how we had specific strategies on helping kids. If you look at the years when we were able to afford to give schools more coaches, you saw a clear jump in performance in terms of reading. But now we have to add tutoring in there, which is important to get in there, and also helping with how coaching happens in there. And so all of those things have to continue to be consistent over time for us to see progression. What I always try to caution, or at least I have learned in doing this job, is as we put dollars strategically into moving some of these challenging areas, we'll have to be consistent on a strategy and not change it, which means that we'll have to make tough decisions around how we prioritize what that is. But if our data is saying that we have to put more kids to read, more kids to write, more kids to comprehend, we have to be thinking about how we continue to keep that going over time, because some things will be a quick fix. The LEAP test, and I know our state superintendent may not be happy I'm about to say what I'm going to say, but that one-time test, although I know it's the live and die of everything that happens in terms of how we get measured, it's just a snapshot. I think the board, with the assessments we've done for every 9 weeks, if you ask any teacher, we get way more data on performance for families and give teachers more of an opportunity to decide what kind of shifts they're going to make, because every 9 weeks they're assessing kids on specific strategies that teachers can use to shift things. And even with our coaching, right, we provide opportunity for literacy coaches in school, math coaches, so you can see those things. And the last part I would say is just the fidelity of using programs and being consistent. If you saw some programs that we brought here, the more consistent folks were using a program with fidelity, the higher the performance. And so it's also a cultural shift on us to be consistent with a strategy over time. So then it can give us 3, 4 years, 5 years looking at our data saying whether this strategy worked or didn't work. We have not ever done that in this district over time for that. And so the goal, hopefully, is as we're consistent in doing that, we'll be able to measure better, and also give the board a better way of deciding whether this is impactful or not. And that's I just think it's just want everybody to be aware we're in the right direction, but it's going to take us time. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Okonski,
to all
for your
of you.
presentation. All right, we will now move to Alphabet B on tonight's agenda. Of course, we have about 18 or 17 items to go, and we have about an hour's worth of time. And so with that in mind, if we can, we will go ahead and reduce our speaking times for the board. If we reduce our times to 3 minutes, and then for the public, we'll reduce that time to 2 minutes, so 5-minute total debate time. All right, so if we can go ahead and get started. Item 1, LDOE stipend distribution. Consideration of a request for the approval of the distribution of the LDOE certified and support staff stipends for the 2023-2024 fiscal year, strategic alignment, operational excellence. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. We will now enter into comment from the board. Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Okay, returning to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. He's got to vote. He made the motion. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 2, grant, State of Louisiana, Louisiana Department of Health, Office of Public Health. Consideration of a request for the approval of the acceptance of a grant from the State of Louisiana, Louisiana Department of Health, Office of Public Health in the amount of $1,505,000 to expand, train, and sustain a response-ready public health workforce and related matters. Okay? All right, it has been moved by Mr. Russ. It has been seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Okay, comments from the public? Okay, comments from the board? We will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 3, grant, Louisiana Kids Matter campaign. Consideration of a request for the approval of the acceptance of a literacy grant from the Louisiana Kids Matter campaign in the amount of $700,000 to receive tutoring through Book Nook for the 2023-2024 school year and related matters. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board. Mr. Gode.
I just have a quick question on how this tutoring is going to be presented or provided. Don't need a whole
Ms.
presentation.
Warren,
just-
it's through technology. It's an online platform. And anything else you want to add?
Yes, the Department of Education has given us an opportunity to pilot this online tutoring opportunity for those second and third and fourth graders that are falling behind. And so what it is Louisiana Kids Matter is funding the project. And so they will come virtually online. And so the classroom or the teacher has to provide an either space in a classroom or somewhere outside the classroom. We're a small group, and then there's a facilitator on campus to make sure that everything is going well. So we're piloting this, and if it does well, then the department may seek other funding opportunities for us to expand or scale up.
And is this during the school day?
Yes,
is it-
sir.
Okay.
It's during the school day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board in the queue, we will now turn to comments from the public. First, Ms. Matthews.
Now, my standing comment for all grants is going to be, does this come with any future costs that we will incur? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Finney.
Thank you. This is listed on the agenda as a grant opportunity, and so I would hope the administration wouldn't take your approval of this matter as authorization to enter into a $700,000 contract with the providers of Book Nook, because that's not what the agenda item is presented to suggest that your approval is needed for. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McMillan.
Good evening again, everyone. Because we're talking about grants, I just thought that I would remind you guys to do your due diligence when we're applying for grants. Make sure that everything in our grant applications are accurate, because we can put things in there that makes it look really, really good. But if we don't actually have those things, we're lying, and that's against the law. So a grant that I have brought to the attention of you guys, well, I'm not going to talk about that because that might not be germane to the topic, but I have let you guys know that we have applied for a grant and we have put false things in the application. I want those things for our school. I want the reset room. I want the student of the month. I want the PBIS. All those things that was said in that grant application, I want it for our school because we said we had it. I've told you guys already. That's against the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, I have entered into the queue. And if our district team would respond to the questions from Ms. Matthews and Dr. Finney in regards to, is there any cost that might be incurred as a result of this grant? And then also, is this going to transition into a particular contract?
This is an opportunity that the Louisiana Department of Education is affording us to pilot. And so we're only going to pilot in a small number of schools. If it works, we're not the only district that's piloting this program and this opportunity. So if it does well, then the state is going to seek for other funding opportunities for it to happen. So they're just looking, because we know that with our state, we're in a deficit with our students that are not reading, with, like we said, with the influx of third and fourth graders that are not performing well. They're trying to seek other opportunities to provide our students that extra time so they can learn to read. So if it does well, they said that they will seek other opportunities. And we are working also with the EBR Foundation to seek other funding with our community partners, because literacy is on a topic on so many other our community partners. So we are seeking other opportunities as well.
So this would not tie us to any type of contract that we would end up paying for?
No, ma'am.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Just on Dr. Finney's point, we can't take this money and then spend it on anything other than Book Nook. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And it's not germane to this item, but I would like to, at some point, have a report on the matters that Ms. McMillan has addressed to us several times.
We can do that, Board Member Martin.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Ms. Warren, I would love to see us, the magic word you said was pilot.
Yes.
I would love to see us pilot more programs like this as opposed to just writing checks
Absolutely.
without a clue if we're going to get our money's worth.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comment, we will now entertain a vote.
please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4, Memorandum of Understanding, Open Health Care Clinic, consideration of a request for the approval of an MOU between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and HIV/AIDS Alliance for Region 2 Incorporated, also known as HART, doing business as Open Health Care Clinic, OHCC, to provide on-site health and behavioral health services and mobile clinic health services to students and staff at mutually agreed upon EBR PSS sites. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lewis. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Okay, Mr. Martin.
My question is the one I often have when we're providing services in some schools. How are we choosing which schools are going to get these services?
Yes. Mr. Reed.
Yes, sir. This is part of our strategic process of providing mental health at all schools. It's one part. By the time we're done, when everything's approved, we'll have every elementary school, every middle school, and every high school in this district covered by mental health support, either a social worker or an LPC. For the medical component, we look at the capacity of the school, the needs of the school, and the health needs of the students.
And how was these schools chosen, I think, is Board Member Martin's question.
We selected a certain region, and we tried to put it, we've been trying to put it in each region as to the needs of the medical condition of the students. So we looked at the data. So you may look at Jefferson Terrace Academy and say, well, that's in this part of the parish. But if you look at their medical needs and we have the data, they have a high acuity and they may need additional help. So we want to provide those services at that school. And as we build out health clinics for medical components, we're looking at the numbers, our data, and what conditions students have.
And we're breaking it down by region so that we can ensure kind of a geographic dispersion. And I know for some services, low area schools in the same region can kind of share that access to that service sometimes. Is that correct, Superintendent?
That is correct. So as you know, we broke the city up into 5 regions, and then what we've looked at within those regions, they're based on neighborhoods, and those neighborhoods have some of the same patterns. Not only academically, you can see that, but you also see that health-wise. And so we're targeting, as we're based on what the health challenges are within those neighborhoods, to build the program out.
And you're looking at as she said, you're looking at the needs of the student population of that particular school, which may be, for example, at Jefferson Terrace, much poorer than is the economic condition of the surrounding community where that school happens to be located.
That's correct. And they're also assessing to the family as well. It's just not just students, but the students, the family, because there's a connection between the student and the family from a health perspective.
That's one thing I've learned from my district. Even though my district is very affluent, that does not mean that the kids in the public schools in my district are as affluent as the rest of my district is. So I think that's a very important point to keep in mind. I appreciate y'all doing that. Thank you.
If I may say one other thing, this also will be including a mobile unit. So the mobile unit will go to all 5 regions, and we will strategically look at what type of services and what schools we'll visit. And it'll be a monthly thing looking at each region. So not just at that site, but across the sites in the region.
Thank you very much.
Now, I would just add this one thing, which is a dream, but it's a cost. So I'm very cautious and I'm going to say this. But we'd love to see, with the partnerships we have with our hospitals, to have clinics, full clinics in middle and high schools. We have a total of 7 right now. Is that correct? 8. Oh, that's even better. So we have about 8 now, but as you know, we have 13 middle schools and 13 high schools. And if we are able to get more of those clinics in the schools, we think that would help tremendously, holistically, the child and also the families that attend those schools.
The penalty for adding data is getting another question, but have this is, and I don't need this whole answer right now. It's a much more complicated question, I know, from other work that I've done, but as we are looking to provide increased access to health care for our students because they need it, are we exploring options to structure this in a way that we can then bill Medicaid for those students who are on Medicaid for some of those health care services, mental or physical?
Yeah, we're looking into everything, that especially. There's a whole process to go through that. I mean, Shuri and Stacy lives in that world, so they can be as technical as you want. But yes, we're looking at that.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Martin, I think it was kind of ironic that you used Jefferson Terrace, which is in quote unquote an affluent area, but we know our kids ride buses from all over the city. Okay, so the affluent, doesn't really mean a lot where the school's located. But let me ask this question: in the communities where there's high crime, violence, did you take that into consideration when you looked at setting up your programs or selecting schools?
Sir, we looked at what the students needed and where we needed to provide the services.
Okay, so again, I'm asking, let me just get to the point. We have kids in our schools, preferably in North Baton Rouge, most of them. They live in communities that are plagued by a lot of crime and different things like that. Those kids have special needs. Do you remember the Columbine shooting
Yes, sir, I
years
do.
ago? Do you realize that they had counselors in that school 20 years after the shooting? And we have children that lose playmates, and we'll run into school and we'll talk to them for 3 or 4 days, and then we'd never come back. Well, it may take months or years for the trauma of losing that classmate show up. That's why I'm asking. Let's look at the total picture, the community, everything that's around them that could impact their mental health, which correlates back to their education and their lack of success in the classroom.
So if I have a moment to address that, when I said we looked at the needs of the students, I meant all of that.
So you meant the community as well?
The community as well, absolutely, sir. So after we get this approved, and hopefully our next item I have on the agenda, we will have a mental health professional at every school in this district.
What's the timetable?
September 17th, when you do the final approval.
I mean, before we get them at every school. Is that the 17th too?
Our goal is to have them in there before October 1.
Okay.
But we cannot phase the next phase in until we have this approval. But we've gone from no mental health social workers at schools to every school in this district. Some are funded by the district and some are our partners.
Okay. Well, reading is fundamental, so I didn't read over that, but thank you.
So Board Member Lewis, if you're suggesting that you want me to have them ready as soon as you vote on the 17th, that time, we will have them ready on that 17th.
Have them ready.
Okay.
I'll vote tonight if they're ready.
We're ready. We just got to vote.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
I have a question. So in regards, and I stepped out briefly, and I'm not sure if this question was asked, but I wanted to know in regards to the nurses that we're in conjunction with, collaboration with LSU, how many of those nurses oversee or work within the district in separation of what you're suggesting tonight with the mobile?
Okay, so the nurses that we have a partnership with Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, Health Centers, and Schools. Those are our nurse program. They provide rotating nurse services to all the schools in the district. Our clinics, which we have at 8 school sites, they are sites just like a clinic you would go to the doctor for myself. They're a clinic on that school campus for all full services. For the mobile health units and the other medical clinics, there will be clinics at that site.
Okay, so are they working in conjunctions with the already nurses that we have? And how many of those nurses do we have currently working on our staff? And is that in conjunction with ESS? Is that separate?
It's separate. ESS has LPNs, licensed practical nurses. They are working with students one-on-one with special needs. Our nurses help train them and provide support. Do we work in conjunction? Yes, we've developed a partnership with Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, which provides our nursing services so that they will work with our clinics. But you have 2 things. You have the medical clinic and you have the nurse program. So they're 2 separate things, but we're trying to combat our medical needs of our students from every direction we can.
So the nurses that work across the district are separate from those nurses that work with ESS?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to find. And I was trying to identify a number. Like, do you know about how many of the nurses that we have that work separately outside of ESS? That's from LSU. That's what I want to know.
From Our Lady of the Lake?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Our Lady of the Lake, I'm sorry.
At this point, 12 to 20. It fluctuates because there's been a need for nurses throughout the district. There's been a shortage. So to help implement that and support that, we've hired medical assistants, or they've hired medical assistants who are trained in the medical field, but do not necessarily have to be an RN. By law, we do have to have RNs for our health plans. So we are continuing to hire every day. Our Lady of the Lake is just like everywhere else, trying to get the nurses in, because you can go to a hospital and make significantly more than you can at a school nursing position.
So about how many RNs do we actually have on staff that work with our district right now?
I will have to get that number to you, if that's okay, Dr. Narcisse.
I think Ms. Duvick might have that number. Is it 11?
11 RNs.
Okay.
But we will confirm.
Okay, I wanted to kind of have an idea. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
I like the fact that this has 24-hour access. Also, it does say that we will provide general cleaning and removal of trash. Will this be provided by Hess? If so, trash will get taken out, but I do not think that Hess will be able to meet the sanitizing requirement needed in a medical setting. Also, I think that the schools that are going to be targeted should be put in an MOU so that we know where it's going to be before you vote. And for the advertising, it says PTO meetings. If it's Bel Air, please let me know so that you can be at our first meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay. Seeing none, we will now entertain, okay, Mr. Martin.
Sorry about that. I do have one question. Superintendent, could you speak to Ms. Matthews' question about the MOU? Is there a need for flexibility to not put the specific locations in there, or why are the locations TBD?
Yes, there's a need for that. Mr. Brewer, would you mind coming up to answer Board Member Martin's question?
We wanted to make sure that we had the flexibility to expand the medical program component. And so when we met with them, we're looking at starting with the 2 medical clinics and the mobile. Our goal is to continue to expand because Open Health is a FQHC and they have more ability to expand than some of the other facilities that we're working with. So we didn't want to be tied down and say, hey, we only can be at X school, and then we can't get the number of consents and can't move to Z school. Or we can't expand without coming back each time to the board to say, hey, we'd like to add this school, we need to change our MOU, and we've learned this over time that we need to do that.
And remember, as we talked originally, this is based on neighborhood and region, so this would give us more option to provide more if we have to quicker versus coming back to the board every time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I've entered the queue as well. My question is in regards to replying to Ms. Matthews' question about the cleaning and sanitation process, as to whether or not will Hess be responsible for those services, or what will be the process for that?
Mr. Green.
So with these components, they have a medical portable unit, and they will bring their own unit and clean it themselves for the medical component. For the behavioral health component, it's just like a social worker or an LPC in an office. That would be traditional standard cleaning.
So it would not be Hess.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 5, professional services contract, Nearpod Incorporated. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Nearpod Incorporated in the amount of $206,450 to provide an interactive digital platform, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. Is there a motion? It's moved by Ms. Stewart. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Ballou. We will now turn to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews. Sorry about that. All right. So, seeing no comments from the public, we will now turn to comments from the board once again. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 6, professional services contract, Notable Incorporated, or CAMI. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Notable Incorporated, or CAMI, in the amount of $76,822 to provide an online annotation system, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Russ. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Okay, seeing none, returning to comments from the board. Okay, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 7, professional services contract, Capital Area Human Services District. Consideration of a request for the approval of the professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Capital Area Human Services District in the amount of $280,000 to provide behavioral health and support services, strategic alignment, academic achievement, funding source, ESSER 3, incentive. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Ms. Stewart. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Ballou. Comments from the board? Okay. Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
This contract has a clause that the continuation of this contract is contingent upon the appropriation of funds. If we fail to appropriate funds, we will terminate. I love it, Mr. Shamlin. Can we put it in everything? It's genius. And I did see that it was in like all of them following this. So I like that clause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Finney.
My comment is on behalf of a frequent flyer that couldn't be here tonight. And she noticed that this is a public agency that gets a generous appropriation. And so we're curious whether the school district or its students get any benefit out of that appropriation, or if for these students to get any services from this public agency, the school system has to pay extra money. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 8, professional services contract, Board of Supervisors of LSU and Agricultural and Mechanical College. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College on behalf of Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center in the amount of $68,875 to provide professional learning services for specialized supports and services for students with disabilities, strategic alignment, employee development, funding source, redesign, IDEA 611. Is there a motion? It's been moved by Ms. Stewart. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Just like the record to reflect that I'm recusing myself from participating in this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay, Ms. Matthews.
Today is September 7th. The contract states August 18th. The regular meeting is on September 28th. Can we please stop starting contracts prior to approval? Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, okay. Mr. Smith.
Actually, the contract is stated September 22nd. The memo just states August 18th. So when you actually look at the contract is dated September 22nd, after the board meeting.
Thank you. All right. Any comments from the board at this time? Okay, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 9, professional services contract, District Management Group, LLC. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the District Management Group, LLC, for the following. Alphabet A, Breakthrough Results, BTR, program for 25 elementary school-based teams to focus on improving proficiency in early literacy in the amount of $245,875. Strategic alignment, student achievement, and employment development. Funding source, general fund. Alphabet B, Breakthrough Results, BTR program to focus on improving culture and climate in the amount of $49,375. Strategic alignment, student achievement, operational excellence, and employee development. Funding source, general fund. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Martin, and it has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board? Okay. Seeing no comments at this time, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
$300,000. Wonder how many school buses you could buy with that money. Thank you.
2.
Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Yes, Mr. Martin.
I don't mean to be facetious. The problem is it would buy 2 school buses. However, they would not be able to get here for about another 2 years because that's the lag time in getting new school buses, which we have already, thanks to the hard work of the superintendent and his staff, ordered a whole bunch of.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 10, professional services contract, Studyville. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Studyville in the amount of $75,000 to provide tutoring services, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Ms. Stewart. We will now hear comments from the board. Seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. The first is from Dr. Finney and then Ms. Matthews.
That $75,000 could almost certainly be spent in a better way. Maybe paying some seniors to tutor freshmen or grade school students. And one thing that bothered me about this contract last year is that it seemed to favor students of privilege that lived near Studyville, and I was not impressed with any efforts that appeared to be made toward equity in that contract's application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
I'm speaking on behalf of a fellow special needs mom advocate. Studyville doesn't serve all children. It is a discriminatory practice and contract. It should not be approved unless it can serve all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now turn to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell-Lewis. My understanding is that in this particular contract, Storyville will be providing services in our schools, and they will be providing service particularly in the schools that are in most need of services. Superintendent?
That is correct, Boardman Martin. As a matter of fact, Amanda Vincent, who is the head of Studyville, is here. We actually piloted last year. We piloted a few schools last year to show the work in Studyville as we were bringing in many partners, and the children that were a part of that actually performed pretty well. So we wanted to continue to expand that. And Amanda, if there's anything you would like to say coming up, Ms. Vincent is who we worked with that can share as well. We've actually kept data
Yes.
for this.
Thank you for having me. It's been a privilege to work with the students of EBR. It has been amazing to see their progress. I go in and I talk to them and I spend time with the students myself. We saw students come into Studyville first day. I asked them why they're here because I have a 12% in social studies. And that child we tracked and they ended up with a B. We compared all of our data through a data share agreement with EBR, collected test scores, we collected GPA scores, ACT prep, whatever we were working on, and then we compared our data to the national average of tutoring, and it showed that Studyville exceeded the national average of tutoring by 275%. Our reading scores in a camp that we did out on a 35-point grading scale improved by as much as 10 points. And students in the program have seen upwards of 1 GPA point increase.
So, Ms. Vincent, your work, particularly under this contract, does not really focus so much on taking the B student and getting them up to an A, but taking the F student and getting it up to be where they're proficient in that subject.
We have seen a wide range, but the most impressive ones are the ones who are really struggling. And one of my favorite stories is we had a student who started booking more and more tutoring sessions, and we thought something was wrong, maybe he was failing. And he said, when we called the parents and talked to them, we asked, and he said, "No, I had an F, and now I have a B, but I know I can make an A now, and I want an A."
Thank you very much. I support this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode. Okay. All right, seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 11, professional services contract. Consideration of a request to authorize the superintendent to enter into a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and an appropriate and qualified firm in an amount not to exceed $95,000 to provide a review of the board's fiscal policies and practices for both the general fund and the special funds, to include interviews with board members and key stakeholders, a board workshop focused on the fiscal year 23 budget, and collection of public input, and make recommendations to streamline the board's operating procedures in such a way as to increase financial transparency, accountability, meaningful public engagement, and long-range budget planning, as well as to the extent possible, assist with the initial implementation of those policies and procedures such that may be approved and adopted by the board. Funding source, general fund. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Ms. Stewart. Okay, we will now entertain board comment. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell-Lewis. Very, very briefly, we have all talked a lot about the need to improve our budget processes from the historic state that the district has followed. And so to do that, it really requires professional help from someone with significant experience in this item. We collectively are amateurs. We can't do this by ourselves, and so I think it will be very beneficial to us to have an outside voice come in and assist us with this project so that we can bring about the reforms that we've all committed to the public we intended to make during the budget hearing process. And I think this is a very reasonable thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Who is this outside voice? Do we know? Are you? How are we going to find out? I mean,
No,
how are we going to choose this outside voice?
Yeah, we anticipate that although we've got to double check with the procurement requirements and whatnot, we anticipate there'll be Catherine Posniak who assisted in that retreat that a number of us attended.
I know about reputation. Are we just going to go with one individual? Or we gonna,
That's the plan right now, yes, sir.
okay.
Okay. Seeing no further board comment, we will now turn to comment from the public. Dr. Finney.
I appreciate Mr. Lewis's asking of that question because it was an oddly specific amount to not name the vendor. And it seems as though you approve an awful lot of really large spending items on a sole source basis. And I would be surprised if all of those arrangements are legal. I don't know about this one. I don't know the rules about professional services contracts, but I have a great idea for how to fund this. If this expert has expertise that the administration does not, then I think you need to remove one of the cabinet positions and free up $130,000. Because if in $1 million payroll in the senior cabinet, you don't have the expertise to get the basics of running a school system right, then there are the wrong people in those positions, or the position descriptions are incorrect or something. There is no excuse for the second largest school district in the state to have to panic and go to an outside source. If it was a rural school district without any professionals on staff, sure, you need a consultant. But the fact that you apparently need a consultant is a damning indictment on the performance of this administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to the board. Mr. Cody.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lewis brought up an issue that also concerned me. I'm a little bit leery about an open-ended contract like this. I would like to either suggest a friendly amendment or propose a substitute motion that we refer this to the board without recommendation, pending further details to be put into the contract proposal. Because right now, I don't really know what I'm voting on. I don't have a true scope of work. Don't have all these things. Not that I'm opposed or against the thing, because I don't know enough to know if I'm opposed or against. So I would like to either, with the motion maker, to refer to the board meeting on now it's the 28th, without recommendation, to allow time for more detail to be developed around this item. So the makers of the motion, would you accept that?
That's fine.
And second? Okay.
All right, so this particular item will be sent to the regular board meeting on the 28th, September 28th.
I think technically that's a friendly amendment to the motion,
Yeah.
so we'll still have to vote to do that.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Martin, you are in the queue.
Thank you. I wanted to respond to Dr. Finney's point, because there's a common thought. People hear contracts and consultants, and that's a lot of money. Why don't we have it in-house? And this is not a reflection, and my desire to obtain these services is not a reflection on the expertise that we have in-house. You don't create a new budget process every day, right? It's a complex thing. There are a lot of things that you do. You hire a consultant when you have a one-time need, right? We don't need to necessarily have a consultant to the end of time, or an employee that specializes in reforming budget processes to the end of time. So we shouldn't hire and spend that money to hire somebody with that particular expertise and keep them on staff for the next 20 years until they retire at great expense to us. And so you hire a consultant precisely for situations like this, where you need somebody to come in, give you some advice on how to bring about some reforms, and you don't expect to have that expertise in-house. And so it costs a little more to hire them on a short-term basis, but it's a lot cheaper than hiring somebody with the kind of expertise you need to do it right in a very large system. We have a budget of, was it $700 million total, $750 million? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of budget. And we've got 20 years of inertia behind, having a very summary budget process, right? And so I think that's what's driving this motion, and why I think it's appropriate. But I'm happy to defer to get you more details on exactly what we're seeking. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comment, we will now entertain a vote, and this is on the motion to send this item to the full board without recommendation.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, before we go any further into the agenda, it is now 8:52, and we would have to enter into a vote on whether or not we would like to extend the meeting.
Point of information, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Second.
All right, so it has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Gode that we extend our meeting by 30 minutes. Comments from the board? Okay. All right, seeing no comments from the board, comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. Of course, you should finish the agenda, but you should also consider abandoning the stupid policy that leads you to these ridiculous discussions at around 9 o'clock on most Thursday nights. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I, for the now, like the time limits and think they provided some discipline. And I think, thanks to your leadership, we have very rarely needed to resort to that extension. Today, we've gotten in like 2 hours worth of presentations and then very expeditiously moved through our meeting. I do have a question for Council Shamlin, which I've been meaning to ask for some time. I know in Robert's Rules of Orders, there are some motions that are basically non-debatable. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if it would be possible for us, and you don't have to give us an answer off the top of your head right now, if we could explore whether we could change this policy to make this particular motion non-debatable by the board or public, so we could just, vote to extend or not. We have occasionally wasted 5 minutes or 10 minutes debating that. It's allowed sometimes the members of the public to try to filibuster us into running out of time. And so I just ask that you explore that and report back to me in leadership.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, seeing no further board comment, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. So we will now return to our agenda. We've already pulled item 12, so that is not being heard tonight. And we will now go to item 13. Item 13 is policy and revisions. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following policies and policy revisions. Alphabet A, B, C, A, D, teleconference, remote participation in school board meetings. Alphabet B, BCB, school board meeting rules of procedure. Alphabet C, DJD, expense reimbursement. Alphabet D, EBBB, school and student safety. Alphabet E, ED, CB, carpool and bus line safety. Alphabet F, IDCJ, continuous learning. Alphabet G, JB, attendance. Alphabet H, JBD, student absences and excuses. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lewis and seconded by Mr. Martin.
No, I had a point of information, Madam Vice
Okay.
President. I would like to request that we separate out alphabet D from the others to allow for separate discussion on that item. I'm doing that at a request of a constituent.
Okay, does that require a vote?
Does.
Okay, all right, so considering, is there a second to Mr. Martin's motion to pull alphabet D? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Okay, comments from the board in regards to this separation? Okay, Comments from the public in regards to the separation of alphabet D from the rest of the items in item 13. Ms. Matthews.
Can you separate them all? Because they all are very different and they all need discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Fanning.
What she said, they should all be separate.
And Ms. McMillan.
Thank you for separating or for requesting to separate that item because that's the item on school safety and that definitely deserves discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board, and this is to separate item D from the rest of the items for number 13. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. So we will now hear item D. Okay, so we will now hear item D, and once again, that is 13D, consideration.
Point of order, we should hear the rest.
You're going to have to vote on the group.
Okay.
Item D.
So would you like, we need to listen to the other alphabets first?
But let's take the full group. Let's
Okay.
take the remaining group first.
Okay, so should I read the item again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so this is item 13, consideration of a request for the approval of the following policies and policy revisions. Alphabet A, BCAD, teleconference, remote participation in school board meetings. Alphabet B, BCB, school board meeting rules of procedure. Alphabet C, DJD, expense reimbursement. Skipping alphabet D and now going to alphabet E, EDCB, carpool and bus line safety. Alphabet F, ID, CJ, continuous learning. Alphabet G, JB, attendance. Alphabet H, JBD, student absences and excuses. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Ms. Stewart, seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board? Okay. Seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public. Okay. Ms. McMillan, would you like to speak on alphabet D or you? D. Okay, so then we'll hold that. Okay. All right. Mr. Riley Brumfield McMillan? Is that for item D as well? Okay. Okay, Miss Mary Patricia Ray, item D. Okay, Dr. Finney. Item D. Item D. Okay. Okay, Miss Matthews.
Okay, so with the item on teleconference remote participation, as an ADA disabled individual who fought constantly during the height of COVID to gain access and have public comments read when they were not, I'm really glad that our legislature passed this bill to make it a requirement. I'll be honest, I'm not done reading the policy. I do see emergencies and things of that nature, but according to what passed in legislature, if somebody with an ADA disability has to have access at all times. So hopefully as I move on down and finish reading, I'm going to see that. Also, it'd be really good with the new policy, well, not new, excuse me, because it's been there, but with the rules, the policies, board members are supposed to have access to everything on the agenda 48 hours beforehand. So having documentation put on the day of a board meeting, it does not suffice because you're supposed to have it well in advance. And carpool policies. Okay, so with the bill that just passed for carpool policies, not every school has that ability because of the way carpool is run. So yeah, we can all put on vests and we can all, we can't all have a barrier because of where, like our carpool is an actual parking lot. So we can't make that a barrier because people park there. So like what constitutes a barrier? So there's some things that need to be thought out to help schools actually achieve and follow that law. And it'd be really great if we had the police in there to make parents get off their phone and actually put the car in park so they don't hit the children. Thank you.
Okay, next person up is on item D. It's 14. All right, no other comments. We'll go back to the board. Any comments from the board? No comments in the queue from the board. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Okay, item 14, human resource policy. Oh, 13D. All right, item 13D, school and policy EBBB, school and student safety. Any comment from the board?
Yeah.
All right. Move, Board Member Godet, a
Dr.
second.
Narcisse, I think you should read the entire item into the record.
Oh, okay, that's right, sorry. All right, there we go. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following policies and policy revisions for item D, EBBB, school and student safety. All right, Board Member Godet moves. A second by Board Member Martin. Any comment from the board? Mr. Baloo?
Thank you. I just would request a slight revision as a friendly amendment, if possible, on page 2 about the mandatory reporting on the language that's added. There's some redundant language. It says, make reasonable efforts to attempt to inform. It uses that language 3 times. I think to attempt can be removed and just say make reasonable efforts to inform all persons. That language is used in the first 3 items there that were added. I would suggest just removing that redundant language if you would accept that as a friendly.
I'd appreciate council's opinion on that before I make that decision. Did I move or second it? I seconded it. All right.
Yeah, that would be appropriate.
Mr. Goldie actually moved on the item. And so, yes, the language in all of these policies are recommended. They're vetted heavily through special counsel. through my office and also from Forethought, the company that we contract with to actually review legislation. And so we could send it, if you're interested in us possibly amending that language, I would feel comfortable with sending it without recommendation to let me look into whether that's
I'll just
appropriate.
withdraw it, but I think the phrasing is kind of awkward, but I'll
Well, and I can review it in between now and in the 2 weeks we come back together, and if there's an amendment needed at the regular meeting, I can make a recommendation. The board's comfortable with that.
That's fine. We can vote for it now, and then we can always pull it from the consent agenda next week if we need to. Or 2 weeks.
Right,
2 weeks.
thank you. Seeing no further board comment, we will now turn to the public. Ms. McMillan.
Good evening, everyone. Tanya McMillan, parent of a child in East Baton Rouge Parish School System, and I'm glad we're talking about school safety and some policy revisions. My son attends Baton Rouge Flame, and as you guys are well aware, there was a bomb threat that affected the parish and really schools across the state, but in particularly our school because one of our assistant principals received the threat directly to her email. We got a phone call around 8:15, a robocall, letting us know that out of an abundance of caution, law enforcement would be checking the school and no one would be allowed in the school for about 30 minutes. The call mentioned nothing at all of a bomb threat. I was en route to school and I continued to school, only to get deadlocked in a parking lot. A car literally stopped running in the parking lot in front of a building where a bomb threat was being investigated. Children were allowed to be dropped off at school starting at 7 a.m. that morning until 8 o'clock that morning for a whole hour after administration was aware of a bomb threat. And you know why? Because they were awaiting guidance from the district. That's not okay. That's not okay. So these policies need to be revised and communicated to every party at that school, administration, and the kids need to be practicing evacuation drills, fire drills, bomb threats, active shooters. This is 2023. We have to prepare them for the world that we live in, not the one that we want them to live in. So here we are now in the second month of school, and there's been no drills, but we've had bomb threats all across the nation. That's not okay. I'm asking that these policies be reviewed and revised and communicated. I'm also asking that our principals be allowed to make tough decisions when tough decisions need to be made without seeking guidance from the district. Had they been allowed to say, oh, we have a bomb threat, you might not want to bring your kids in, that would have saved so much chaos. They need to be allowed to do that. And lastly, I'm asking that communication be streamlined from the district to the school. It should not have to go through several channels before it gets to the parents.
Ms. McMillan,
from the district to the parents.
I do apologize. We have abbreviated time.
Okay, go
Thank
ahead,
you.
baby. And if you have more time, save it for mama. Go ahead.
Okay.
When they call
Mr. Riley Brumfield McMillan.
Okay.
I need the paper.
Go ahead. They starting your time. Just speak from your heart. Speak from your heart. Go ahead.
I need the paper.
Tell them about your playground.
In the
Absolutely.
Can we work on the policy for the playground safety because my playground isn't safe? I hit my head on barbed wire on the fence, and there's glass spread throughout the field, and one of my former classmates, they found a bullet during lockdown. And also for the buses, my friend was waiting for 20 minutes and the bus never came, and somebody in my class was waiting for a whole hour, the bus never came. And also, that's all I need to say.
Okay, say I reserve my time for my mom.
I reserve my time for my mom.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Ms. McMillan, we generally don't do that, but just because he was such a sweetie, I'll let you have a few seconds of his time.
Okay, thank you very much, because this communication is important. I want us to streamline communication in events of emergencies. It needs to come from the district to the parents. It shouldn't have to go from the district to the executive director, to our principal, and then our parents, especially not if she's only relaying your message. Because what happens is she becomes the target. She becomes the target. If the information isn't getting to the parents fast enough, they're mad at her, when all she's doing is relaying y'all's message. So it's not fair for our administration to have to take that heat. And it's not fair and it's not safe for us to have to, and it's not responsible as parents for us to have to wait for it to have to go through 3 and 4 different chains of command before we get information. That was terrifying. And if it is our policy to have kids in a building for 2 hours during a bomb threat,
Ms. McMillan.
that needs to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Mary Patricia Ray.
My name is Mary Patricia Ray. I'm the parent of 2 children in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. I also teach legislative and administrative rulemaking, legislative drafting at Tulane Law School. So the reason that the redundant language is in this policy is because it's exactly as it appears in Act 164 of the Louisiana regular session of 2023. And most of what is in this policy that you're reviewing tonight is a recitation of exactly what was in that bill, which I worked very hard on with Representative Jenkins. There are sections of this policy that do not appear in that bill, which became law last month. And if you pay a lot of money to Forethought, which you do, you should require of them that they give you a digest for each of these policies that they help you craft that explains what your current policy says and what your proposed policy would say. And you should publish those so that the public can understand the rationale. Then you would know what's simply a recitation of law and what actually is optional here. So a couple things are optional. One is the liability clause at the end, which you should remove. Because no one who fails to follow this policy should not be liable, regardless of the reason that they fail to follow it. Another section that's optional that you should revisit adding on to is at the bottom of page 3, where it reads, the school and district shall implement measures to improve for ongoing protection and of the safety and lives of all students and staff at the school. That's a recitation of current law, but what it's going to allow for is what I call the Coranda Corley action. It's going to allow for an individual administrator to decide that a parent or a person that they are retaliating against, bullying, or otherwise abusing, as is the case throughout many schools in this district, is no longer allowed to be on campus. And they're going to cite this policy, and then they're going to go to the bottom and say that they're not liable because it wasn't malicious. So I would just be very cautious about not specifying somewhere at the bottom of page 3 how far an administrator can go in the use of this policy. And we definitely need to talk about school safety for more than 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dr. Finney.
This looks much less like a safety policy than it looks like a policy to eliminate dissent. This is an administration who had 2 cabinet-level officials file bogus restraining orders against 1 citizen. It's an administration that decided they were uncomfortable with inflammatory but perfectly legal comments made by another member, decided she couldn't come to board members anymore, and, oh, by the way, why don't we assault her and have her arrested without care of her special needs child. You know, I wonder what other retaliatory actions this administration has taken that we haven't heard about. Do not give this administration more ammunition to make bogus actions against people that criticize them. I actually had to ask a serious question when I came in to see who was trespassed from the building, because I was curious how many people have been put on the list. As Ms. Ray said, this policy is not finished, it's not ready, it shouldn't be approved, it shouldn't be sent without recommendation. You should bury it tonight, and if the administration wants to fix it and bring it back another month without all the problems that it has, fine. But you should not rush through a bad policy and give a vindictive administration more opportunity to silence dissenters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jody, I believe this is Garza? Garza. Sorry for mispronouncing your last name.
Still answer. Something I wrote to read. Good evening. My name is Jody Garza, and I have two loved ones who attend Flame Elementary School. I have a few questions regarding the bomb threat that occurred last week. First of all, what is the communication among school parishes in regard to safety threats? Last week, a non-specific bomb threat was made across several parishes. Livingston Parish was able to assess the threat, make a decision which was communicated parish-wide prior to the start of school. Ascension Parish assessed the threat, communicated their response parish-wide at 7:30. I received an email from the school, not the parish, after 8 a.m. while my husband was waiting in the carpool line with our pre-K4 son and second grade granddaughter. Were y'all not aware of the threat? Did no one notice that several parishes received the same threat and inquire if EBR was also affected? Is there no communication among the school parish leaders? Are the school parish leaders communicating with principals? Why does it feel like they were silent? Why does it feel like my school had to act independently? Is there a plan in place for how the schools and parishes are to respond? Is it up to an individual school to have their own safety plan to determine their response and how to communicate it? I can tell you how it felt. It was not reassuring to get a notification from the school stating out of an abundance of cautions, we will not be able to let students into the building. Reading that, it did not feel like a non-specific threat was sent out. Reading that, it felt like it was specific to my son and my granddaughter's school. And they, along with my spouse, were stuck right outside the building in the carpool line, a building which may or may not have a bomb, a building holding kids, teachers, and staff. I'm a nurse at one of the local hospitals. We have multiple safety plans and protocols. I'm sure most people are aware of a Code Blue. Many, I assume, were created to have a plan in place in case of need, not after the need for one. I'm not able to recite the proper protocol for all the various plans and codes because, fortunately, the need to act on most of them, and I'm going to finish, is rare. But I know where to reach for that protocol and how to find it. And does this exist for my school? Is a safety plan required for our schools? Is there oversight? Are people trained? Is there ongoing education?
Ms. Garza, I do apologize.
I'm almost done. Did we witness that plan and being put in place? Was that considered successful? We're fortunate that last week's bomb threat was an empty threat. I'm fortunate to be standing in front of you today, waiting to hear you answer questions instead of hearing you give your thoughts and prayers. And I do pray for y'all to be proactive and not reactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Seeing no further public comment, we will now turn to come on, Ms. Matthews.
I think that you all should listen to the expertise of Ms. Ray. We definitely, absolutely need something on school and student safety. We need a policy. We need something that the principals can act on. However, we do not need something that can easily be turned on people that we don't like it, what they say. We need, listen to what Finney said. We have had somebody who had 2 bogus lawsuits against them. We have had somebody that often speaks against things that got arrested and removed from board meetings that shouldn't have been. We have had another somebody that quite often gets up and brings the facts to you. And that person got put on administrative leave for absolutely no reason, all retaliatory. All 3. But yet this administration constantly says we don't retaliate. But yet you have employee after employee after employee come up here and say people are scared to come up here and talk because of the retaliation in this district. So don't give them a place to hide with this policy. Those pieces need to come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. We will now return to comments from the board. I've entered into the queue. First of all, to Mr. McMillan, Mr. Riley, great job. I also want to ask, maybe on the next agenda item, if we have time, but what I would like for Ms. McMillan, if you could make sure that either if you email his statements to us, that we can check into some of those items, as well as I wanted to ask also, what are the procedures and communication in the case that we have a bomb threat? Thank you, Doc.
Yes, Vice President Powell. Once there is a bond procedure, we give it to Captain Walker, who's the sheriff that works with the law enforcement. We are then subjected to their rules, not to the school rules. And so the delay that people have heard around that, we can have Captain Walker and
Come
Ms.
on,
Cheney
Captain
come on up.
Walker
But
and Ms. Cheney.
But for that specific incident, we were actually in close communication as soon as the call came in. From there, we had to yield to law enforcement on what their rules were. That the bomb threat was specific email at that time to the vice principal. And then once Captain Walker and the sheriff's office takes over, it's whatever they say next. So, Captain Walker.
So Captain Walker, I have a minute and a half, and I have 3 colleagues after me that want to speak.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. Yes, good evening, board members and Dr. Narcisse. Once a bomb threat comes across the radio or we get it, law enforcement has full control. We make all the decisions as far as what the procedures are and what the strategies are. So I know some people may think administration plays a part in that, but they do not. Law enforcement has full control of the scene.
So if it's okay, considering that, we are operating in a public space, is there a possibility that the process can become public of whatever the protocol may be, whatever the procedures are?
Some things can, but when it comes to that type of strategy, we can't give everything out to the public. No, ma'am.
Okay, I think it's just mainly about the evacuation process and how parents are communicated with in regards to a threat of that nature.
Yes, that part can probably be issued, but for the strategy, that part cannot be issued out.
Okay, thank you. So I would love to hear that in the near future.
One thing to add, we've added bomb threat guidance that's been given out to our school leaders since this incident. So please remember that the threat was not made to a school site. It was given to multiple people that worked at school sites.
Okay.
So it was reported to law enforcement, and one of the persons that had received the information didn't report it to us until they actually read it. So it was sent at one time, but it wasn't actually viewed into a different time later.
And I understand that as well, because if something has been sent to your email, you may not be looking at your email if you're actually doing your job. Right. So yeah, I understand that as well. But I do believe that in the light of our parents, including myself as a parent, it would be very beneficial and would make us feel a whole lot more secure if we know what the communication process is in the case of a bomb threat or anything of that magnitude.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will ask one question.
Okay, that was my question, so you got the rest of it.
Okay, thank you. The decision to hold people and not let them into the building and that sort of thing, that was strictly a police decision. That was not a school administration decision.
We decided to shelter in place. Law enforcement made that decision.
Okay, so that was the sheriff's department's call and not the school district's call. So I just wanted to be clear. Thank you very much.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you. On the bomb threat issue, I think communication is the key here. Now that we understand this law enforcement's decision to shelter in place, to put the kids in an uncleared building, whatever that is, that's their call, not ours. We all get that now. On communication, I think there's some merit to the concern that the path to communication out to the parents, since the message is really fundamentally being driven by the central office, that can go directly out through our emergency text messages or whatever. But I would just encourage us to explore that. On the rest of the policy, first, a question, Mr. Shamlin. The policy says no person shall have a cause of action, but we cannot create or revoke a cause of action in a policy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So why is that language in there? Because it really doesn't have any legal effect.
Yeah, well, the issue with a policy like this is there's got to be some flexibility and authority given to the administrator to cite, to report, make calls, et cetera. And sometimes what you want is to give people the freedom to act without worry about lawsuits, liability, or the repercussions thereof, right?
But we can't insulate them from a suit by what our policy
Well,
says.
but if in state law, but if this is rooted in state law or in policy, it does come to the concern. So, for example, it might become a defense in court. If someone sues a principal and says I was acted against in a certain way, the administrator can lean, or my counsel who defends our administrators can lean on policy in terms of a defense.
Well, except that, but the judge is not going to say, oh, well, since the school board said that it can't be sued, because the people being sued, ultimately it's going to be the school board. The school board can't be sued because the school board said so in a policy. That's not going to ultimately succeed. I mean, come on.
I would say it would depend on a judge and a jury, and I think also the intent of the actor. So if the person acts maliciously or does something that might be seen as stepping beyond or stepping over, I think these are things that would have to be decided in court.
I don't have a problem with language, because my personal opinion is that language is entirely meaningless and will have no standing in court. And I think that the court would dismiss any claim based on our policy immunizing us from lawsuit very rapidly. I think looking at the specific language that we're adding to this policy, I don't see a whole lot that really fundamentally changes any of the issues that are being raised. I agree that it is always appropriate for us as board members to be concerned with it's very easy to make accusations. It's very easy to say, hey, police, please go investigate so-and-so because I felt threatened, right? And once the police are told that, then they have obligations that they have to do. But it's our discretion whether we tell them that or not, right, in the first place. And so unless they witness something that's an
Mr.
obvious, clear
Martin,
threat.
I do apologize for interrupting you mid-sentence, but
We're
you're
at
overtime and it's 9:29.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
counsel, if you could provide advisement, what happens at this point?
We'll need to close this item out
Okay.
with comments and a vote. The meeting technically ends at 9:30.
Okay.
For 30 minutes, unless the board chooses to do something else, potentially setting aside policy.
Okay, so let us finish the discussion on this particular item.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, Mr. Martin?
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Where'd Mr. McMillan go? Oh, golly. My comments for Mr. McMillan. He's absolutely right. His playground needs to be reworked. I've seen the playground, and in having conversations with Mr. Morales, I know that they are attempting to get rid of that bark type stuff and maybe go with some of the rubber or something that's a little bit safer. But we'll get him some safe playground equipment. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote. Thank you so much.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Considering the time, do we entertain a motion to,
Adjourn.
okay, and then what happens with the rest of the agenda?
So by policy, everything on the current agenda would move to the committee of the whole unless the superintendent chose to reschedule it for the regular meeting as new business or unfinished business.
Please do that.
Okay, so he is stating to make the rest of the
Okay, but
agenda?
new business is the board is okay with that. We make new business at the regular meeting.
All right, so everything including item 14 through 18 will now become new business on the full board agenda on September 28th. All right, motion. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
It is what policy says.